Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're expecting a number of guests. As those are yet on their way, we would like to recognize the Deputy Governor of Plateau State, who is here with us this morning. Please, with our hands clapping, let's recognize the presence of His Excellency Honorable Joseph P.U. Please, a round of applause. We have with us this morning the Secretary General, Rapper, in the person of Hajia Sadatu Madi, MFR. Please, a round of applause for a woman who has given her time to building the nation and women in general. One more, I don't like the way you celebrated her. Can we clap one more? Thank you for making our time to be here. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us this morning Honorable Olapeju Babafemi, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Women Affairs, Ekiti State. Please, a round of applause. Thank you, Mommy.
You're welcome.
We have this morning also Honorable Member, Enugu State Assembly, in the person of Honorable Aneke Okechukwu. Please, a round of applause for Honorable. Thank you. We have with us this morning also the Honorable Commissioner, Economic Budget Planning Development Partners from that is the Honorable Commissioner, Madam Commissioner Chiamaka Aneke. Please, a round of applause for, where is she? Okay. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have this morning also Chief Honorable Barrister Titus N. Apodo, the National President, Anambra Assembly of Town Union, and also the Traditional Prime Minister of the Asian Kingdom. Please, a round of applause for him. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
All right. Still in the spirit of recognizing very important dignitaries, everyone here is important, by the way. We want to recognize Damilare Babalola, who is the National Programs Manager, ACT, this morning. If you're here, please. Thank you for coming. A round of applause. Okay, so let me say something about clapping. Clapping is very, very important to your health, if you don't know. So I know that most of the time when we gather like this, when we ask for clapping, people are reluctant. But if you search scientifically and empirically, it is good for your health because it improves the overall health of your heart, your kidneys. You can go and research on that. So when we say, please put your hands together, can you indulge us and do that? Not for us, but for your own self. Thank you so much.
Plus, just to add to that, it's always good that we give honor to whom honor is due. These people have made a mark for themselves in our country, so it's good that we celebrate them when we ask you to. I'd like to move on with the recognition. We have with us this morning the Honorable Commissioner, Budget and Economic Planning, Plateau State, in the person of Crescentus Dawan Fena. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. We have the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Women Affairs and Ministry of Women and Children Affairs, in the person of Madam Ifi Obianabo. Please, a round of applause for her. Obinabo, please, a round of applause. Is she here? Okay.
All right, it has just been brought to our attention that we erroneously addressed the Deputy Governor very wrongly. Ma'am, we want to apologize for that. And so in view of that, we want to correct that and introduce properly Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Plateau State, Ngod Josephine Pio. Please put your hands together. We apologize, ma'am.
We apologize, ma'am. Please, when you bring these names for us, we'll ask that they're properly written. We also have the Honorable Commissioner, Women Affairs and Social Development, Plateau State, Mrs. Caroline Dafoe Panglang. Please, a round of applause.
Okay, we also have Madam M.M. Bridget Okon, who is the Executive Director, Kebe Catch Women Development and Resource Center. I hope I got that right. Madam M.M. Bridget Okon. Is she here? Okay. Also, we want to recognize the presence of B.C. Mekuye, who is the Executive Director, Green Spring Development Initiative. Good morning and thank you for coming, ma'am.
Recognition of guests in an event like this has no end. We will keep recognizing the guests as they come in. But first, we'll move on with the program of today. For the opening remark, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring to the podium the Secretary General Rapper, Hajia Sadatu Madi MFR. Please, a round of applause for her. Once again, can we give her a round of applause, please?
Is this the protocol?
Just a moment.
Thank you. Yeah, my height. I'm vertically challenged, so they need to adjust it to my size. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. I want to start with a word of thank you to the Almighty, by whose permission this program is happening today. On behalf of the Chair of the Board of Trustees of RAPA, Honorable Justice Fatih Lami Abubakar, CON, LLD, I want to welcome everyone to this meeting. And I would like to be given the privilege to start by welcoming and recognizing the presence of one of the courageous Nigerian women in the seat of deputy governorship and inshallah that of the governor in time to come, the deputy governor of Plateau State, Her Excellency Ungo Josephine Pio. Your Excellency, you're welcome to this event. I also want to avoid, taking so much time on protocol, but I want to recognize the leader of the EU Act, that is EU Act program, who is sitting next, I think, on the left of the deputy governor. I think you better stand for recognition. He's hiding. Can you stand up? He says he's not used to these political things. Now, in absentia and in the hope that they will be here, I also want to recognize the senior diplomats and diplomats in this country, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, who we are looking forward to receiving, our royal fathers, our clergy, our members of the Houses of Assembly here present, Honorable Commissioners of Women Affairs, but please, members of the legislative houses, both national and state, permit me to recognize one person who I think we need to celebrate in this room, because RAPA has seen her from ground zero to who she is today. She is a celebration and a legacy of the fight of RAPA for women's representation in Nigeria. Honorable Adijat, please stand up for recognition. In due course, we will introduce her properly, but this is a young girl I met about 20 years now, very young, agile, active, and troublesome anyway. And today, she is a lady, and she is an honorable member of the House of Assembly of her state. I'm keeping the state quiet so that you can all be surprised. I want to also salute and welcome the rapper and the British Council team, who for the last 2 months have been working to put this event together. I don't believe in those who say you work alone. Rapper believes in partnerships, and that is why we are here today. We have strong partnerships across all constituencies. Is it the faith and culture constituency? Is it the legislative constituency? Is it our own home ground, civil society? And here again, I want to recognize another girl who I met 10 years ago, and today she is a force to even push me out of the space. Buki Shanobari, please stand up for recognition. Having said that, are you ready, technology? I want to do my welcome remarks in not English and not Hausa, by the way. We have spoken enough of English around the issues of violence against women and girls. And the event today, good. The event today, which invests to prevent violence against women and girls, proudly sponsored by Vawg Foundation, our own funders and the funders of this program. It's very short, but it is going to set the scene of where we are here. I titled it From Colors to Currencies. Remember the theme of the 2023, thank you very much. The theme of the 2023 16 Days of Activism is invest to prevent violence against women. For me, it is very important that we are using the word prevent, which is the theme and which is the dogma for Vawg Foundation. Personally, over the last 20 years, I have been working on ending gender-based violence. And this year, I had to stop and ask myself, is it ending or preventing? Is it reducing or ending? Because we operate a human institution. We also operate an institution of relationships. It is within relationships that violence against women and girls happens. And most often, it is a product of the power dynamics between the strong and the weak. And you can't eliminate that because we are human beings. So the first thing you need to start thinking is, what do we need to prevent so that it doesn't happen? And then we start thinking about ending. So it should not happen. How much, what can we do to ensure that it doesn't happen? And when it does happen, what do we want to do? So I said, we're going to talk about violence against women in this room today, starting from colors to currencies, the Vawg accountability journey. Because when we speak of ending or preventing, we are saying somebody needs to face the consequences of violating another. So it is the key word of accountability. Oh, I should they gave me that, I forgot it. Hey, Oga, didn't know they walk. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Saving grace, Paul. Now we started from black. When was black? Black was when violence against women and girls was in the cupboards, was in the hearts of the survivors or the victims. Black was when you cannot discuss it. Black was when we discuss it and people say the Oyibos have told us what to say. And most important, black was when we were all in denial, as if nothing is there, it is only the darkness of the night, through which all forms of violence against women and girls thrives. Then from black, we move to the next color, gray. These are the days in which some people started saying, Ngongo, it's happening. My sister was this. My auntie, I remember that my grandmother, that our grandfather, what she was doing. People started, opening up to say, this thing is real. It is not the Dr. Mahadis of the world. It is not the Jadeshala Kandis of the world. It is not the Obi-Wanko of the world. that is saying violence is happening, but the violence is truly happening. But a lot of them who today are speaking did not have the courage or the comportment in those days to speak out. For example, our traditional leaders, who are the custodians of culture, were not able to openly, as they are doing today. Please give it to them, ladies and gentlemen. Today, our leaders of faith and culture are courageously speaking out and against violence against women and girls. We thank you. Allah Jazamani. I don't know what to say in Igbo or Yoruba, but I don't talk. Now, from this point, it became a battle. A battle for the survivor or the victim. A battle for the person who wants to support the survivor or the victim. And a battle for organizations like RAPA, who want to see that we prevent, we support, and we lend our weight behind the victim. And that struggle continued and continued and continued. And then we had a situation. Where's the next color, please? Then we came to the next color. Red. How did we get to red? We got to red, one, because victims and survivors of violence against women were becoming courageous. They were being encouraged. They were beginning to see the end of the tunnel whereby people around them are acknowledging that they are being abused, are willing to support them rather than stigmatize them or victimize them, and most importantly, that the perpetrators had become emboldened. Impunity had set up. And so we came to a statistical point where by 2003, the statistics for Nigeria was that every 3 women you see, one is a victim or a survivor of violence against women. But it became red, really red, during the COVID-19 situation. COVID-19 then opened up everybody's eyes. That neighbor of yours, who would ordinarily leave the house in the morning, go and maroon and parade, rape young girls, abuse young boys, sodomize young boys, suddenly could not go anywhere because of what? What did we have that couldn't allow us to move? What was it? What did I hear? So the lockdown showed us the red color. Fathers who were abusing mothers of young children could not do anything. They became more frustrated. And so all their true colors came out. Employers who maybe wanted to reduce their workforce because of the COVID-19 shutdown on economy decided to send out those girls who had refused to come to their beds. So on and so on and so on. But by the end of 2022, it had become obvious. And all through this journey, we've had the 16 days of activism. We've had the Violence Against Women Days. We've had the International Human Rights Day, 10th December. We've had the March 8th programs. It's not as if we remain silent. Civil society, government, development actors, traditional rulers, the media, everybody was like, what do we do? This is a reality, we have to face it. And Red was looking at all of us. Red was looking at all of us in such a manner that denial, that first black, could not be in the room. It had to leave. So we finally faced the reality before us. The next color, please. Then orange. The world is awake. The world is aware. The world is willing to help. The world is willing to acknowledge and to do something about violence against women and girls. And that is when we got the nomenclature of orange, the world. Can we see the oranges in this room? The oranges in this room. The oranges, mine is here, I'm raising mine. So the world decided to orange itself as a symbol of the rejection of violence against women and girls, as a symbol of the willingness of society, institutions, individuals, and families to end or to prevent or to support survivors of violence against women. And so until today, we are oranging the world. But yesterday, someone asked me, so for the last 5 or 6 years, we have been oranging the world. What next? Say what will happen next. So is it only to orange? I can get an orange pin and be wearing every day. The so what question now comes up. For us, within the orange space, Nigeria has moved. By 2019, Nigeria had become conscious, had raised legal frameworks, has improved its legal frameworks. And today, as we speak, 33 or 35 states of Nigeria have adopted legal frameworks to protect and prevent gender-based violence and violence against women and girls. Today, as we speak, because orange has become the reality, because we have accepted, today we have members of the institutions of faith and culture supporting safe spaces in their palaces, supporting safe spaces in their churches or in the madrasa. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, I wish he was in here. We want to celebrate a pastor who, through one of the programs of RAPA, refused to administer Holy Communion on an abusive husband. Give it to him. This is action. We have a traditional ruler who today is at the risk of his turban because he has protected widows in his domain. He worked with his community and they have a decree which is agreed in their community from Plateau State. Please give it to Plateau State. His community and his palace and his emirate sat down and wrote a decree, popularized it, and they are now implementing it so that the traditional culture of non-allocation of land or in disinheritance of widows is no more in that domain. For us, that is move. That is a shift. When we say change traditional constructs, we are not jettisoning them. There are positive ones. In my community, men who were irresponsible enough not to give their families good feeding could hardly get a wife because he can't maintain her. We have the culture of eating in community. When they bring the food from his house, everybody takes a lump and then just removes their hand. But the one that is sweet, everybody is following the bowl. So they take note of that and they translate it into irresponsibility because he's not doing well for his family. I think my royal father from Zaria is here to affirm this. Now, we have so many things that have changed, and orange is working. But orange needs to move to another color. Which is the color, please? To mercury. Every currency in the world has a point of mercury on it. If you look, please, anybody bring out the Naira note from you'll see that silver line. It's not silver, it's mercury. Almost every currency that I know has a touch of mercury on it. And you know mercury is a very, very dear metal. As such, for us right now, we have mercury on the table because the 2023 theme says invest to prevent violence against women and girls. And what that means is that we have realized that apart from legal and policy frameworks, we need money, we need commitment, we need rebates. The media needs to give us space to call out, not to name and shame. If governors, the governors of Nigeria in 2020, I think, came together and declared a state of emergency against violence, it means something can happen. But it is not words only. Money has to be on the table. Money has to be on the table. And that is the call for the 2023 16 days of activism. And can you go on to? So, if we want accountability, if we want prevention of violence against women and girls, these things have to happen. Accountability begins from acceptance. If as a father, or as a husband, or as a teacher, or as a boss, I accept the fact that it is wrong to violate a woman or a girl, then we are on the road to accountability. The responsibility of actions, you heard what a pastor did. You heard what a traditional ruler is doing. You have seen what the governors are doing. You have seen what the federal government has done. The VAP Act, it has now become a song. When we started in 2000 talking to violence against women and girls, at some point after 3 legislative assemblies, we had to negotiate away the name to Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, so that everybody is covered, because we know it covers everybody. And at times, the perpetrator could also be a woman or a girl. Now, the next is legal and policy frameworks. Nigeria doesn't lack this. What we lack is the political will to implement. Am I right? Yeah. Then social norms shifts. It is already happening. Then accountability, cost financing. As we speak, there have been developed model costings for the implementation of the VAP Act in the states. And our hope is that the states will accommodate and adopt this costing with little modifications based on the availability of resources in their states. And finally, budgeting. We have been talking about gender budgeting. Now we have reduced the scope to say budget. Give the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and the State Ministry of Women Affairs the money to maintain a shelter so that a woman can be removed from the space of abuse. Give the hospital money, Ministry of Health, so that within their hospitals they can create spaces where women can go and talk to a medical doctor who will early enough identify that she's going through abuse and she's going through mental health issues. Give enough money to the Ministry of Education so that, one, they can place schools away, or rather within communities, and girls don't have to walk kilometers and be raped in the way. Give money to the National Assembly so that they can appropriate and also oversight to ensure that those ministries have implemented the programs they said they will do. And finally, we have to be deliberate. The government of Nigeria, state, local government, and our institutions have to be deliberate. The investment is not just government budgeting, but that in my little space, there is something I can do. When we were supporting women to be politicians, one of the ways we used was to say, when you are coming to Khadija's rally, don't give Khadija money, but bring 1 bag of pure water. That is investing. You're investing in her. But the only investment we know in Nigeria in politics is when people are godfathers or godmothers. They finance your politics, and then they command you and they control you. And then wahala begins. We don't see kind of wahala for this country, no be small. So, finally, violence against women and girls can be prevented, my Honorable Deputy Governor. It is not a myth, but it starts from you and me. It starts from the spaces in which we are. It moves to the spaces in which we can be, and most importantly, the accountability we have for the roles we play in society. With this, I welcome everyone to this event, and thank you very much. Okay, which one? Okay.
Another round of applause for Hajia. Thank you so much. You know, Wesley Kandinsky once said that color is a power which directly influences the soul. And I'm sure this will go a long way at influencing the right policy drive in the right direction for better affirmative action as it has to do with gender-based violence. Okay, so we move on to the next item, but before we do so, we have a couple of more people that we need to recognize this morning. We have a traditional ruler from Ilorin, Kwara State. He is Balogun Alanamu of Ilorin or Atolagbe. I hope I pronounced it rightly. So if you're here, please. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming, sir.
I'd like to also recognize the Honorable Commissioner, Economic Budget, Planning and Development Department, Anambra State, in the person of Madam Commissioner Chiamaka Aneke. Please a round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner. Thank you for coming.
We move on to the next item on our program this morning, and that is the goodwill messages. And we'll be starting by calling on the representative of the Agent for Citizen Transformation Program, ACT, Mr. Damilare Babalola. Please, you can have the podium.
It's a tough one after Hajia spoke, and I just wonder what is supposed to be added to that powerful color to currency, message. But before I say anything, let me also add voice to appreciate the presence of Our Excellency, the Deputy Governor, and the elder statesmen, our leaders from across the locations. Thank you very much. We know what you should be doing by now in your respective community, but you have kept that aside to be here. It means that this advocacy, this campaign means a lot to your heart, and we want to appreciate that. Honorable commissioners from different states as well, I also join my voice to thank you for making the time to be here. It's not an easy thing to govern a state. 1 hour of your seat means a lot to you, not to talk about giving us almost a day for this purpose. And it is very important that we have you here, because this message is not just supposed to be for us. We need advocates from within the government who is going to help us push some of these things. And we believe that the right message, some of it you will get it today. It's not one-off, but the more of it that you get. So this platform is to provide that opportunity to doing that. So thank you for giving us the time to be with us. Leaders of various organizations, private sector, I'm not sure whether they are here, but if they are, we also want to thank you. The non-profit organizations, CSOs, and the community-based organizations that are present here, we are very, very happy to be partnering with RAPA on this occasion. They have been doing good work all along for the last 20 years, as you can hear, Ajia, with that, just only 16 days, 25th of November to the 10th of December. And so after that, what next? And this is why this meeting is very, very important to us, so that we are able to elicit commitment, actions that we can monitor, that we can follow through at different levels, at the government levels, at the community levels, at our various levels of agencies. Invest to prevent. It's not just only about money. Money is big. It's a big part of it. But it's not just only about that money. It's about what we are also doing here, disseminating and sharing that information. When we have the money, what will the money be used for? People need to have that knowledge. And I think it starts from that. So everyone seated here, we are calling on you to invest something. You are going to gain a lot of knowledge from here today. How do you take it forward? It's very, very important to the advocacy, to the campaign. And that is what on that basis that I'm going to ask us to let us be here fully. That's what we have come here to do. It's just only one day today, but the impact of it should speak further beyond just today. So I hope that we will make every second, every minute that we are going to spend here today, worth the while, that we have left something else to be here. And so I'm calling on us to let us, it's part of our investment. Let us invest the time now so we gain the opportunity to know, the information to know what next to do. If we gather the information from here and we just sweep it only, under the carpet, it doesn't help anybody. But if we are able to share it, even as little as it may be, that may help that poor girl. It may help that, the woman. It may help that my sister. It may help that my grandmother in terms of how to shift the norm. And that is a big thing that we really want to achieve. So I want to thank you once again for coming and not taking much of our time so we can move on. I appreciate you. And thank you, Ajia. Just briefly to mention that the ACT program is funded by the EU and is being implemented by the British Council. It's a 5-year program that's been running since 2023. Our mission and goal is to support civil society organizations to become more credible. And when we see organizations like RAPA doing things, we are very happy partnering with them, pushing the frontier forward. And so just to mention that by the way. So thank you very much, and I hope we have a beautiful deliberation all through today.
That was the representative of ACT, Mr. Damilare Babalola. Please, a round of applause for him one more time. Thank you. This morning we have with us an honorable member of the Kwara State House of Assembly, the youngest legislature from Kwara State. Ladies in Nigeria, come on, please, a round of applause for Honorable Rukayat Moturayo Shitu. Please. Oh, okay. Supported by rapper. Thank you. Thank you. For more goodwill messages this morning, I would like to invite a mother, one that has made a mark for herself and the good people of Plateau State, and of course Nigeria at large. Earlier we did made a mess of her name, and I'd like to apologize for that once again. Before I invite her for the goodwill message, I've just been told that we have participants online, people who are joining us online. Please, I'm sure they will be hearing us. Can we clap for them for joining us? Thank you. If you're watching online, we're with you. Stay with us, don't go away. I'd like to bring to the microphone a woman who, before she became the deputy governor of Plateau State, she was a special advisor to the governor, the then governor, from 2008 to 2010. She was a special advisor to the governor on parastatus, and then she later became an honorable member of the Plateau State House of Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the deputy governor of Plateau State, Honorable Josephine Pugh. Please, a round of applause as she takes the goodwill message. I don't like the way you're celebrating her. Thank you.
The Secretary of RAPA, Hajia Saudatu Mahdi, the representative of arts, the commissioners from various states in Nigeria, our royal fathers that are here to support us, distinguished participants from all over Nigeria, I greet us all in Jesus' name. We are all here to join the rest of the world to mark 16 days of activism, a call for action against gender-based violence in Nigeria, as most girls and women still go through the experience. I appreciate the organizers, the British Council, for their work in the protection of women and girls in Nigeria. For us in Plateau State, we are particularly happy about the work of RAPA in our state. Just as the theme suggests, we all have a duty to unite and invest to prevent violence against women and girls in our country. As a state, we already have the Violence Against Persons Prohibition law in place. Arrangements are being made to conclude for the establishment of the sexual assault referral centers in our state, in Plateau State. The Chief Judge of Plateau State will soon designate a gender court accordance with the law. We have also adopted initiation such as comprehensive gender-sensitive education aimed to strengthen the education of the girl child in our state. As we commemorate the year's 16 days of activism, we recognize the need for more collaboration. We therefore call on developing partners to join us in this advocacy. Thank you, and I wish us all a fruitful deliberation.
Thank you, Her Excellency. Let's put our hands together once again for her. Still in the spirit of the goodwill messages, we call on Honorable Olakweju Babafemi, who is the Honorable Minister of Ministry of Women Affairs from Ekiti State. Please put your hands together as she takes on the podium. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. The Secretary General of RAPA, her home mother, Haji Ahmadi, all the distinguished guests in the room. On behalf of Ekiti State Government, I'm representing my First Lady, Her Excellency, Dr. Olayemi Oyebanji. I'm happy to be here, and I want to congratulate Hajia for this great event. For us in Ekiti State, we are championing the fight against violence of women and girls. And more than ever before, progressively, successive administrations in Ekiti State are increasing budget allocation. The budgetary allocation for women and girls in Ekiti State are increasing yearly. And I'm proud to say here that the awareness is high. The awareness for the fight is high, and everyone is at alert. And I know that we are on the right course. I want to thank RAPA for putting this event together. For me, it's a learning space, and I wish everyone an empowering event. Thank you.
Please, once again, can we give her a round of applause? Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. We will take one more goodwill message from the youngest legislator from Kwara State. It's a huge deal that we have her here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Rukayat Moturayo Shitu.
Standing on the already established protocol, good morning, sirs and man. I'm Rukayat Moturayo Shitu, member representing Owodi-Oniri constituency at the Kwara State House of Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to raise awareness and stand together against the unacceptable issue of violence against women and girls. It is absurd that our modern society, women and girls, are still subjected to the various forms of violence, including physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. As a community, in this room today, we stand together and we must come together to condemn these acts and work tirelessly as RAPA is doing and some other NGO in our country to create a society where women and girls are respected, valued, and safe. We must challenge the patriarchal norms and attitude that perpetuate violence against women and girls and advocate for more gender equity and justice for all. As far as in Kwara State, we've signed the VAP law. Also, we have the Child Act law, and we have the 35% affirmative action law in the state, while presently we are working on the GEOB, the Gender Equity and Opportunity Bill. Thank you all for your participation and commitment to this important issue. Thank you very much.
That's not how to celebrate the youngest legislature in Nigeria. Legislator, I meant to say. I just like to let you know that I'm the youngest MC in my family. Yeah. So, isn't that a good place to clap for a young man like me? Life didn't go the way I planned, that's why I'm here. I'm supposed to be in the legislating house in Benue State. I plan to be a medical doctor, but look at me, I can't even make it as a native doctor. Look at me, this was not what I planned to do. I studied psychology, I'm a psychologist by profession. But look at me. Today I'm an MC by frustration. To the glory of God. This country, people don't know that women are so powerful. And I'm really sorry for men who don't have value or people. Because we also have people who have natural hatred. There's a word for that. Who have hatred for women. And it's a pity that people don't value the role of... I'm a married man. Yeah, so I know exactly what I'm saying. And I count it a rare privilege to be the host today. The reason I'm saying this is because I see how important women are. And I can tell you for free that women are the stronger vessel in our society. And they deserve the place where they ought to be. And that's why I'm happy that someone like the Deputy Governor of Plateau State, look at the life she's built for herself. Look at the Secretary General of RAPA and all the beautiful women, honorable commissioners and members of assemblies who are here. I think they deserve a round of applause if you ask me. So I'll tell you a story about my mother before we take the tea break. My mother is an amazing woman. One day she heard my neighbor telling her husband that it's Valentine's and so she wants a Valentine's gift. My neighbor, rich people. So the man asked his wife, what gift would you want me to give to you for Valentine? And then the woman, knowing that her husband is capable, she says, give me a gift that will last me for 1 year for this Valentine. The man goes out, returns, and then he comes home with a brand new Venza 2023 model. No kidding. My mother, on hearing this, she said she was going to do the same to my father. I said, Mama, don't try it though. Papa is not romantic. She didn't hear me. And then she went on. She said to her husband, tomorrow is Valentine. I need a Valentine's gift. My father, smart man. And then he said to her, because they heard, both of them heard when the neighbors were doing their love. And then my father said the same thing. What would you have me do for you for Valentine? And then my mother said, give me a gift that will last me for 1 year. My father, sweet guy, sharp man. He goes out and comes back home with a brand new 2023 calendar for my mother. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah. As I speak to you now, their relationship is up to date. It's a good place to clap for my father and my mother. All right, before we take the tea break, more names are coming in. I'd like to recognize Ogun State Commissioner for Idomen Women. Your writing is like speaking in tongues. Ogun State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Honorable Adijat Moturayo Adeleye. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. Another very young. People don't know what is coming. Nigerians don't know. Women will take over very soon. And we hope for the day that we'll have a female president. Check any house where a woman, check any society, check any government where the women lead. They are doing very well. Once again, a round of applause for all the women in this room. And for goodwill messages, another goodwill message, I'd like to invite Winifred Achu Ebonson, Programs Manager, Civil Society, Youth and Human Rights Delegation. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up. Another young lady. A round of applause, please. Winifred Achu Ebuson. Please, a round of applause for her. Do pardon me.
Good morning, everyone. And firstly, let me start by apologizing for being here late. However, the advantage of coming late is that I can stand on all the protocols that have been set, so I will stand on existing protocol. And it's very encouraging to see the caliber of people who are seated in this room today. And it's also very encouraging. The conversations on financing for actions that enhance women's participation and address gender-based violence are conversations that have started for a very long time now. And it's very useful that RAPA is holding this event in partnership and collaboration with the Agents for Citizen-Driven Transformation program. And it's also the hope that beyond attending these meetings and saying the right things, that the people who are seated in the room today, particularly the policy makers and the decision takers, would take a step forward to actually put it into practice, because I believe that that is the reason why RAPA and EU Act have expended the funds to have this meeting today. RAPA has a lot of experience in this field, a lot of experience, and I'm sure that the representation from across the state can draw on this experience at any point in time to take actions on the things they need to do at the state level. It's also our hope that next year, if we're having these conversations, or when we're having these conversations again, representatives from the state will be able to speak on what they have been able to do in the last year to take actions on the things that they heard here and the information they received in this room. I thank our elders who are seated in the room as well, because the fight for women inclusion and also the need to provide funding for gender-based violence is not a fight that is only domiciled at the government level. We would need the support of our elders and also our religious leaders at the different levels to also lend their voices on why this is important. For us, the European Union delegation is firmly in support and firmly committed to ensuring that women participation and gender equality is something that can be realized in Nigeria, and also ensuring that these conversations move forward. I thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to stand on this stage and speak. And I hope that my speech, even though it has been brief, I hope it's been impactful, and I wish us a successful deliberation. Thank you.
Once again, please, can we clap for Winifred Achu Ebuson? Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. I've been told that there's a photo consent form that has been given to you. Do fill it and return it to the ushers. Please, do that, please. I'd like to bring up for goodwill message again. Madam Commissioner Chi Amaka Eneke, Honorable Commissioner of Economic Budget Planning and Development Partners, Anambra State. Please a round of applause for her. She's young. Please clap.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'll stand on the existing protocol as well. Thank you so much for having everyone here this morning and also putting together this very important event. And special thanks go to RAPA and the partners who also who are supporting this very important initiative. I think it's just this is one of so many conversations we could have when it comes to the protection and also ensuring that women thrive, not just exist, but thrive. So thank you so much, Rapa, for this, putting this conversation together, bringing us all in the room to actually chart a course for a better Nigeria and a better life for women in Nigeria. Here in Anambra State, we've had a lot going on, right? I think particularly is actually mainstreaming some of this, trying to bring forth, giving an opportunity for people to speak up. So our laws are currently being implemented. Actually, to the best, it hasn't been done before. And we have the child rights law, we have the VAPP law 2017, which is currently being implemented in the state. And also that I think in Anambra State, most of the women now know to speak up. I think that's quite important. So our voices are not drowned. It used to be, but now I think there is more like a proper channel where people, women who feel uncomfortable or experiencing any form of abuse can actually channel their complaints and adequate attention is being given. I think, thank you so much, Rapa, for putting this together. This is very, this is one so many opportunities, and we would continue to discuss until we attain that very important height. Thank you so much for having us.
We have just another goodwill message, but before that, let's quickly recognize Mr. Victor Edet, Director General, Akwa Ibom State Fiscal Responsibility Board. Sir, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. Put your hands together for him, please. Thank you. We also have in our midst this morning Dr. Ini Adiakpan, who is the Honorable Commissioner, Akwa Ibom State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare. Dr. Ini Adiakpan, is he around? Okay. Would recognize him later when he comes in. All right, up on the goodwill, next on the goodwill message is Mr. Dr. Usman Atolagwe Abubakar. He's of the Ilorin Emirate from Kwara State. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome His Royal Highness, Dr. Usman Atolagwe Abubakar. Please keep clapping as he comes over to the podium.
Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. It's a pleasure to be here. I greet everybody on seat and standing on the well-established protocol. To join the rapper here as a royal father speaks volume, and that's to tell you that we royal fathers too, we are against violence against women and girl child. And that was why, if you look in here, you will see it's not only me here. There are several real fathers here, all across Nigeria. And this to tell you that we are in full support of prevention of violence against women and against child. And we encourage RAPA, if possible, to have branches all over Nigeria as RAPA. Although we know there are some other non-governmental organizations in every state doing this fight. But if possible for RAPA to have branches all over Nigeria, it's going to be a good thing too. So we continue to pray for you as Royal Father that you get there. In my state, you will see that our governor recognizes women very well. In fact, if you look at his cabinet, we even have more women than men. And that's to tell you that we have belief in our women. And that's why we know that it's important. That will make us keep our girl child very well. We train them too, so that they can become something. The belief now is that what a man can do, a woman can even do better. So congratulations. I believe you do well.
Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for His Royal Highness Dr. Usman Atola Be Abubakar, the Laureate Emirate of Kwara State. Please a round of applause for him one more time. That's not a good clap. Please a round of applause. And for this session, joining us virtually is another person to give us a goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for MME Esther Ehogbamen Mshilia. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Greetings. Hello? You hear me? I can hear you. I could hear you. Hello? Can you hear me? I could hear you, but can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma, we can hear you, ma.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma, we can.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I would also like to join others to stand on the already established protocols. I would say Your Excellencies, because I can see our royal fathers are there, distinguished senators, legislators, high-standing politicians, women from every walk of life, men who are supportive of women, and I also think I saw some students. As I was looking around the room, I bring you very, very warm greetings from the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. And I am delighted to have this opportunity to be part of this unique event. I say unique because it is not often that you hear moving from color to currency, or you hear moving from orange to mercury. And I really want to salute RAPA and all of the partners, the British Council, the EU, Ford Foundation, and Invictus, and all of the other partners that have worked together to make this a reality. For us on the CEDAW committee, where we are charged with monitoring accountability to the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women and, of course, girls, this is what you would call 16 days of activism, holding people accountable and focusing on the financial dimensions to protecting women and men and boys and girls from violence. Because often what we see on the committee is a lot of legislation or constitutional provisions, but then the resources to activate those guarantees are often not there. So today's conversation is really, really a groundbreaking conversation because not many countries or not many states I would say have made sufficient provision. And I am delighted to be a part of this. And I believe that all other members of the committee from different parts of the world will be delighted to know that RAPA and its partners are doing an excellent job. And the array of partners that you have put together attest to the commitment that the organization has, and that I can see from different states and from different sectors of the society. Thank you very much, and happy to be here virtually, and I look forward to receiving the outcomes, which I will very humbly pass on to the Committee for Women in Geneva. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the photo session first and then the tea break. Okay? So, I'd like to invite Ajia, Sadatu, Madi to help us coordinate the photo session. It won't take long. Ajia, Sadatu, please. It won't take long. After that, we will have the tea break. And we would like to have the tea break in an order, which I'll let you know. Can I have the photo book? So that I can copy. All right, please, those on the first row, we will need you to take your pictures now. Deputy Governor, ma'am. Please, sir. All the commissioners, all the members of the traditional rulers, members of assemblies from different states. Please come on stage. Yes, ma'am. Ajia. Please come up, all the members, all commissioners, all traditional rulers. all governors, all deputy governors here present. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, we will kindly ask that let's have our tea in this manner. First row. Please, our Royal Highnesses, our leaders, Deputy Governor, Commissioners, and House of Rep members that have taken the picture, please do take your tea now, and then we'll go on with the other pictures.
They are going to serve their tea.
State coordinators, please, can we have you take your pictures? State coordinators, please, let's have you up here for your picture. Please, if you're a state coordinator, please, we need you to come up for your picture. Please, all state coordinators, please, let's have you up here for your photo. After this, which people? After state, nothing else.
Let's just lead it so that those the PIF.
Please, we understand that you would like to take pictures of your superiors or friends, but we would like you to allow the official photographers do their job. If you must take pictures, do it behind the official photographers. Please, we can go for the tea break now, just 15 minutes, and then we'll come back for the program. Please do take your tea. It's free for everybody, free.
This new normal is an existing reality for women. Women are the glue that keeps the family together. If the glue is weakened, the family suffers. Be a considerate and good team player. Choose to strengthen and not to weaken. We can also do better by enacting and enforcing laws and social protection measures in public and private space.
This message is from Women's Right Advancement and Protection Alternative in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and other partners with support from MacArthur Foundation.
But what would you gain in disgracing the son of the soil? His offer is generous. Think of what this will do for your family in this COVID-19 time. You know, he didn't mean it.
He did not mean it. The 13 slaps that he showered on me before he pushed me down, he did not mean to tear off my dress. He did not mean to kick my belly after he was done breaking me from outside all the way inside. Which one did he not mean for you? When I had to hawk to earn, even during the lockdown. Where were you when sons of the soil were roaming the streets like animals, looking for prey? Where were you when he was threatening my life? Or when he tried to shame me with the crime that he committed against me? Where were you when he was laughing? That laugh of somebody who knows that society will always be on his side. Or when my mother cried helplessly as she watched her only child return to her like trash that we gathered from the streets. Where are you now, trying to silence me with money? Where are you now, standing over me like leaders?
Recording stopped.
Ready to sacrifice the dignity of the daughter on the altar of what will people say about the son? If the chance is that your daughters will be in my position, I ask you, where will you be then?
As we navigate the fallout of COVID-19 pandemic, we must take responsibility to ensure that the women in our lives feel safe, valued, and secured everywhere. There must be no sacred cows in the protection of our vulnerable ones.
This message is from Women's Right Advancement and Protection Alternative in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and other partners with support from MacArthur Foundation.
This new normal is an existing reality for women. Women are the glue that keeps the family together. If the glue is weakened, the family suffers. Be a considerate and good team player. Choose to strengthen and not to weaken. We can also do better by enacting and enforcing laws and social protection measures in public and private space.
This message is from Women's Right Advancement and Protection Alternative in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and other partners with support from MacArthur Foundation.
But what would you gain in disgracing the son of the soil? His offer is generous. Think of what this will do for your family in this COVID-19 time. You know he didn't mean it.
He did not mean it. The 13 slaps that he showered on me before he pushed me down, he did not mean to tear off my dress. He did not mean to kick my belly after he was done breaking me from outside all the way inside. Which one did he not mean for you? When I had to hawk to earn, even during the lockdown. Where were you when sons of the soil were roaming the streets like animals, looking for prey? Where were you when he was threatening my life? Or when he tried to shame me with the crime that he committed against me? Where were you when he was laughing? That laugh of somebody who knows.
Your Excellency, we women, we are going to shut down Lagos with our march. This second term as governor is all yours. Sir, I just want to remind you of your promise, sir. You know the bad road that leads to the market. You promised to... Hello, sir. Hello. Your Excellency, sir. Offer me. Show me gómìnà tún pa phone ni.
No, sir.
Each time I bring up the issue of that bad road, he will always end the call. Don't ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Education, kódà. Health, wàhálà. There are bad roads everywhere.
Is that not what I've been saying? You see, bad leadership, rigging of elections, they have consequences. And that's just one of them.
But what choice do we have now?
We have to run for office. And I'm not talking about a governor or president, but what about local government chairman? I mean, chairperson. Yes, we have to start from somewhere, B.
But why would I want to do that?
Sister me. See, in this community, you are the only leader who actually listens to the people. You don't just be in Yaoloja, you actually want to serve the people. Were you not the one who just reminded the governor about road construction? Now imagine yourself sitting pretty in the circle of governance, being able to tackle issues like political harassment, illegal dues, corrupt practices, like all those admirals harassing people who support their political godfathers. Yes, these are things that you have seen, the negative impacts with your eyes. Would you not want to get involved?
Yeah, I think she has a point.
So you don't mind your wife being out there just like that?
Why would I mind my wife serving the community? But the thing there is, you just prioritize the needs of the people. But there is one boss there. I hope there wouldn't be somebody somewhere winking at you.
Winking, Babu.
I
think the two of you are right. For the years, I've always been complaining. I think it's just bang.
To realize the Nigeria of our dream, citizens have a role to play. Get involved Leadership No Get Gender is the Women's Right Advancement and Protection Alternative in collaboration with Akifade Foundation and supported by MacArthur Foundation.
No way where woman go be win. Like. You know with this Nigeria women are you there? Because woman office and for kitchen is supposed to. That's only I hear the follow talk.
The woman will go leave that your kitchen to send it.
Now in direct so. Make I say with this my two eye. My
New senator.
Thank you very much. How are you today?
I am doing great. I have followed every news about you closely. Hope more women like you get involved in the politics of this country.
Mama, no vex. But you see this the way they talk say you are happy. Me, I don't go fit vote woman. No. I don't fit vote woman because now come run, they live in a wifely duty now, motherly duty for her. Come enter street, they follow men, they do hey.
So women will stop being good wives, but you men will not stop being good husbands.
No mind them. You won't know say the kind people in Nigeria, like people who get sense, we no corrupt. And people will get integrity. Integrity, no sabi man or woman, no.
He's very correct. We need people who can bring solutions. And thankfully, my husband, a man like you, they support my political ambition.
Husband, they support you?
Yes. Politics affects all of us too much for us to take it lightly. We cannot deny equal rights to both men or women. As the game it's called, it's not for men alone. It is a position of trust where we must all work for the good and development of this great country. Now, make I ask you, Oga Vendor, you go like make I decide wetin go happen for your life without your input? Wetin you go chop? Wetin you go wear? Or where you go sell your papers?
No, that one, it got to be no joiner.
Now, so you get as it be when they cut off women from decision making and politics.
Funny, this talk where you summon me, I confirm. You go where? You need to download for me. I'll be there to support you. I want to stand like this. Don't get it.
Leadership No Get Gender is the Women's Right Advancement and Protection Alternative in collaboration with Akifade Foundation and supported by MacArthur Foundation.
Women constitute half of Nigeria's population, yet they suffer all forms of discrimination. Persons with disabilities are constantly marginalized. The 2021 revised national gender policy leaves no one behind and says no to discrimination, violence, and marginalization, and a big yes to gender equity by including the needs of vulnerable groups. We all have a role to play in ensuring gender inclusion for development today. Get the full version of the policy online. Log on to www.rappernigeria.org. This message was brought to you by Women's Rights Advancement and Protection Alternative, RAPA, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and support.
When I enter his house, after we got married, after some like a year and he changed his behaviors to me. That even when we are dating, he even promised that he can never marry any other woman, if not me. He can't marry any other woman. But later now, after we get married, he start misbehaving, shouting for me. In fact, he make my life miserable. I develop VP.
And my daughter, she's my neighbor. She's raped my daughter since 1 year and a half now. Lokacin da abin ya faru, I report for police station. Then suka kama shi, bayan an kama shi an kai shi, aka ce za a neme mu. Still ba a neme mu ba, ba a ce komai ba. After 1 year, sai muka gan shi ya dawo yana survive. Ai yana proud cewa yayi escaping, ba abin da za a iya mishi, ba wani wanda za a iya yin komi da shi. Duk abin da yayi za a iya yin iskanci iya yin shi. Ya wuce in dai kana da wanda zai tsaya ma, to ba wani abin da zai same ka.
Over 30%
of women and girls would have experienced violence in one form or the other by the time they turn 15. This is the horrible experience many girls and women go through in a society that could do better to care for its daughters, wives, and sisters. As a people, how we treat our women says a lot about how much we value our future. Let us all come together to say no to violence against women and girls. Let us say yes to a future where all women and girls can be safe, empowered, and free. This message was brought to you by RAPA, Women's Rights Advancement and Protection Alternative, with support from Ford Foundation. For inquiries, go to www.rapanigeria.org or call the RAPA helpline on 0706 380 7887.
This new normal is an existing reality for women. Women are the glue that keeps the family together. If the glue is weakened, the family suffers. Be a considerate and good team player. Choose to strengthen and not to weaken. We can also do better by enacting and enforcing laws and social protection measures in public and private space.
This message is from Women's Right Advancement and Protection Alternative in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and other partners with support from MacArthur Foundation.
Would you care for Bebu? But what would you gain in disgracing the son of the soil? His offer is generous. Think of what this will do for your family in this COVID-19 time. You know, he didn't mean it.
He did not mean it. The 13 slaps that he showered on me before he pushed me down, he did not mean to tear off my dress. He did not mean to kick my belly after he was done breaking me from outside all the way inside. Which one did he not mean for you? When I had to hawk to earn, even during the lockdown, where were you when sons of the soil were roaming the streets like animals, looking for prey? Where were you when he was threatening my life? Or when he tried to shame me with the crime that he committed against me? Where were you when he was laughing? That laugh of somebody who knows that society will always be on his side. Or when my mother cried helplessly as she watched her only child return to her like trash that we gathered from the streets. Where are you now, trying to silence me with money? Where are you now, standing over me like leaders, priests, ready to sacrifice the dignity of the daughter on the altar of what will people say about the son? If the chance is that your daughters will be in my position, I ask you,
Where will we be then? As we navigate the fallout of COVID-19 pandemic, we must take responsibility to ensure that the women in our lives feel safe, valued, and secured everywhere. There must be no sacred cows in the protection of our vulnerable ones.
This message is from Women's Right Advancement and Protection Alternative in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and other partners with support from MacArthur Foundation.
Your Excellency, we women, we are going to shut down Lagos with our march. This second term as governor is all yours. Sir, I just want to remind you of your promise, sir. You know the bad road that leads to the market. You promised to... Hello, sir. Hello. Your Excellency, sir. Offer me. Show me gómìnà tún pa fóònù ni.
Lóòótọ́.
Each time I bring up the issue of that bad road, he will always end the call. Don't ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Education, kò dáa.
Níbo.
Health, wàhálà. There are bad roads everywhere.
Is that not what I've been saying? You see, bad leadership, rigging of elections, they have consequences. And that's just one of them.
But what choice do we have now?
For office. And I'm not talking about a governor or president, but what about local government chairman? I mean, chairperson. Yes, we have to start from somewhere, B.
But why would I want to do that?
Sister me. See, in this community, you are the only leader who actually listens to the people. And it goes beyond just being Yaoloja. You actually want to serve the people. Were you not the one who just reminded the governor about road construction? Now imagine yourself sitting pretty in the circle of governance, being able to tackle issues like political harassment, illegal dues, corrupt practices, like all those admirals harassing people who support their political godfathers. Yes, these are things that you have seen, the negative impacts with your eye. But you don't want to get involved.
Yeah, I think she has a point.
So you don't mind your wife being out there just like that?
Why would I mind my wife serving the community? But the thing there is, you just have to prioritize the needs of the people. But there is one boss there. I hope there wouldn't be somebody somewhere winking at you.
Winking, Babu. Follow to explore.
I think
the two of you are right. Over the years, I've always been complaining. I think it's just bag.
To realize the Nigeria of our dream, citizens have a role to play. Get involved. Leadership, no get gender, is the Women's Right Advancement and Protection Alternative in collaboration with Akifade Foundation and supported by MacArthur Foundation.
No way where woman go be win. Lie. You know with this Nigeria women are you there? Because woman office and for kitchen is supposed to. That's only now you follow talk.
The woman will go leave that your kitchen to Senate. Now in direct
so. Make I say with this my two eye.
A new senator.
Thank you very much. How are you today?
I am doing great. I have followed every news about you closely. Hope more women like you get involved in the politics of this country.
Mama, no vex. But you see this the way they talk say you are capping me. I don't go fit vote woman. No. I don't fit vote woman because now come run. They live in a wifely duty now, motherly duty for her. Come enter street, they follow men. They do hey.
So women will stop being good wives, but you men will not stop being good husbands.
No mind down. You won't know say the kind people when Nigeria, like people who get sense, we no corrupt. And people will get integrity. Integrity, no sabi man or woman, no.
He's very correct. We need people who can bring solutions. And thankfully, my husband, a man like you, they support my political ambition.
Your husband, they support you?
Yes. Politics affects all of us too much
coordination and implementation of Nigeria's gender equality and empowerment initiatives, is now changing the narratives of women and girls and is firmly positioned for a paradigm shift in the way things are done. The Federal Ministry of Women Affairs is providing the vulnerable groups with opportunities and the support they need to breathe, not merely to survive but thrive and contribute to the development and progress of our great nation, Nigeria. As a ministry, we prioritize and focus more on decimation of incidences of GBV, social and structural inequalities, and other harmful practices that disproportionately affect the health of women and children and undermine the ministry's essential services targeted at improving the lives and livelihood of our target groups. Addressing violence against women and girls requires a multidimensional response involving government agencies, non-governmental organizations, and other entities from various sectors and disciplines. While we drive all-inclusive interventions towards the socio-economic development of Nigeria in line with the economic revamping blueprint of this administration, we strengthen relevant policies and programmatic interventions that reduce GBV and inequalities, as exemplified in the revised National Gender Policy 2021 to 2026. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a victim of GBV deserves the right to move from being a victim to a survivor. A victim is voiceless and powerless with no agency. A survivor has a choice, hope, and the power to take control again. A victim becomes a survivor through the quality of support they receive, ranging from prompt medical attention, short to long-term psychosocial support, access to justice, economic empowerment, compassionate and experienced champions. This can only be made possible by knowing where to go and who to ask for help. In conclusion, I'm deeply thankful for your dedication and commitment to this vital cause. Your presence here today exemplifies our shared determination to eliminate GBV in Nigeria. I'm confident that our discussions and collaborations will contribute significantly to this noble endeavor of creating a society where violence against women and girls is eradicated and the rights of all individuals are upheld. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. A round of applause again for him, please. All right, I know that we've eaten and, we're still trying to allow it digest. But as we do that, I equally want us to make progress in the program because we don't intend to keep you here for too long. We'll be delving straight into setting the scene. We all know why we're here. Very soon we'll be breaking out into a panel where we'll be talking properly about, investing in gender, budgeting, to see how much states are doing and even at the federal level. But before we do that, we would be inviting Mrs. Yemisi Nathaniel, who is the Senior Program Coordinator at RAPA, to come and make a presentation of a trend analysis of GBV issues from selected states. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for her. Madam MC, you're welcome.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to stand on existing protocol as I quickly present a quick trend on violence against women and girls intended for 13 states across the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. I had only 10 minutes to do this. Already on your packets, you have the fact sheets. So we're just going to run through this. Okay, thank you. Thank you. This is the background. And I know most of you seated here already know RAPA. You have heard about RAPA today. I'm not going to take your time on that. Yeah, the fact sheet was produced in partnership with the 13 focal states that were invited into this place this afternoon. Those that came from all over the states, including FCT, can we give ourselves one clap? Thank you, we appreciate your partnership. Can we go on? So these are the states. We had a desk review, and we had a Google survey questions that we disseminated online. So we had Ekiti State. So some of the questions we posed to them is, what regulatory policies do you have in your state? What are the common drivers of gender-based violence? What are the common types that you have in your state? Where are the gaps? And what are your recommendations? And some of these, actually voluminous than this, but because of this presentation, we had a meeting. And that's what Ekiti state has said, but because we have so many analyses, I will not go into details. Please, we will all have this presentation, including the soft copy of what you had been given. Thank you. It's not moving? All right. So we have Gombe, we have Kaduna, we have Ogun, we have Plateau, we have Sokoto, Lagos, Rivers, and Kwara. These are 12 out of the 13 states. I think only Akwa Ibom did not submit desk review. Now, let's go straight to the data. This is the figure obtained from the National Gender-Based Violence Dashboard, repository with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. We have, as at 4th of December, which is most current, 29,596 reported cases, distributed into 1,303 fatal cases, closed cases 1,909, 10,219 open cases, and convicted perpetrators 472 cases. Now, gone are the days when we begin to argue within ourselves. Gender-based violence is not real. It's an agenda of the Western world. It's nothing happening. We are exaggerating. All of these are proof that it is happening. Now, aside from that, when we look at the dashboard, you will see some states flipping in red, 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 red. You will tend to think that red is bad. But do you know the implication of that red? Like Lagos, like some other states like that, like Sokoto, it shows they are highly responsive because they have the highest cases of reports on gender-based violence. So the red is not towards danger now. The red is towards responsive to gender-based budgeting, eliminating culture of silence, and women and girls, and even male that are being abused are now beginning to speak up. Thank you. So leaving the national, this is the result from our data from the Google Drive. We had 175 respondents. I'm not going to explain anything on this. I'm just going to give us the figures. Those are the findings. It's for advocacy tool. We can use it to now, okay, we are evidence-based. This is what is happening. 175 respondents, 50 male, and 125 female. Now, those are the states. We planned for 13 states. But as you all agree with me, when you disseminate online, it could go beyond. In fact, it could go internationally. So we had 28 states. And we can see states like Abia that's not represented here. So it means that we have the room to take this forward, to include some of these states, that though they responded to the online, they are not physically here, neither they give us a gender desk review from their states. And you can see the performance. Anambra did so high, Sokoto, and all of that from them. Then we have cases disaggregated by type. This is also very important. Across all the states, physical violence is the highest. Like I said, I'm not going to explain. Now, that is SAC across all states, because I only have 6 minutes more by my count here. Those are SAC across all states. And you can see that apart from being medium, you can see high is high. You can see highest is going there. So when you're going to average all of this, you're going to probably have high. So it then means that SAC is very, very responsive in the states, and everybody believes in what they're doing, and they are really working to eliminate violence against women and girls. You can see the General Hospital. You will see that it's not doing well like the SAC. And you can see security agencies. You can see women rights organizations. It's not because I am from a women rights organization, but you can see that statistics don't lie. You can see them doing so well. And we also see psychosocial support. We see our traditional community leaders. We didn't leave them out. We have some community structures. We have community surveillance systems that are doing quite well. And these are some of the services that are rendered. Then we have, do you have a sexual assault disorder? On the average of all the states, we can say 2 per state. So a high percentage, 7%, has sexual referral. As one-stop shop center, some said 37%, those said, 68% said yes to that. Then we have this which is very pivotal to our gathering today. Does your state have a budget line to address violence against women and girls? And you can see almost half, 42% said no. So these are issues that will come up when in Victor's Africa, Bukik, Shonibare comes up, and also the panelists. Those are issues they want to look at. It's quite short. Please prepare yourselves for comments and observations to be made during the plenary session. You can also use time to look at the one on your hand, because we're not saying this is perfect. Google has its own issues that could be limitations. However, this is what we have come up with. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Mrs. Yemisi Nathaniel from Rapper. Please a round of applause one more time. That was precise. I'd like to invite, for the presentation of average cost of budgeting for gender-based violence programming, national highlight of the Womanity Index sub-national ranking of each state on priority area. Now, the person I'm about to invite, I took my time to do my research on her, and frankly speaking, she's a huge deal. And very, very beautiful to recognize her this morning or afternoon already is the fact that she's young, she's well-traveled, she is a first-class graduate from the Bayes University, LLB, that is law. Please a round of applause for her. Now, I'm not reading her profile, I'm just telling you the little I know about her. She has a lot of degrees and a master's degree. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, I'm talking about the founder and executive director, Invectus Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, to bring to the podium, Buki Shonibare.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you so much, my mentor and my mommy, Ajia Saudatu, for this platform and this opportunity to be here. And permit me also to stand and sit on existing protocol. Now, I have used 30 seconds from my 10 minutes, and this Saudatu, if I don't keep to that time, she's going to knock my head. So within 10 minutes, I'm going to present the highlight of the Womanity Index that we released on Monday. I'm pleased that some of the state and the commissioners that we had during that event are also here. I recognize you, Ekiti State, and Plateau State, and all the other states. Anambra, Abia, I recognize you. So I'm not going to go through everything. I will share this slide, and then we can. So the idea behind Womanity Index is to assess how subnational governments are performing in promoting gender equality within their state. We cut it across 5 different domains: gender-based violence, women's health, women's economic empowerment, women's political representation, and educational parity. For the 2023 index, we focused on gender-based violence. And for gender-based violence, we used 5 different priority areas or indexes to assess how governments are preventing and responding to gender-based violence. And for this, what we did was to use laws and policies, and I will just be running through them. So laws and policies, we assessed how effective those laws are. We assessed the quality of the VAP Act, the VAP laws within the state, particularly the gaps within the VAP laws. We looked at also customary laws practices within the state, both the ones that reinforce gender-based violence as well as the ones that prevent gender-based violence. The next one for us was access to legal justice. And here we looked at reporting and referral pathways. We looked at legal aid, specialized GBV court, and informal justice systems within the state. Then we looked at support services. For us, support services is the presence of shelters and sexual assault referral centers within the state. But most importantly, and please I would want the state to go back with this, it is not enough to have SACs or shelters in the state. It is important that those SACs and shelters are effective and functional. We prefer SACs and shelters that are established and funded by the state government. But most importantly is also the fact that we prefer SACs and shelters that are guided by the standard operating procedures that have been developed for this purpose. And lastly, SACs and shelters must be in number that is proportionate to the state population. So it's not enough to have 1, 5. If a Lagos state has 10 SACs, they are still not meeting the standard because the population is huge enough. The standard we propose is that there should be at least 1 SAC to a 100,000 population. Then we also looked at information and awareness, how often, how frequent, how equally accessible are information and awareness programs on GBV prevention and response. How well can people living with disabilities access those information and awareness programs that we do? It is not to do those programs only on commemorative days like International Women's Day or 16 days of activism. It is to do it all the time, but importantly, to take it to those that are most at risk. And finally, we looked at budget and spending. And this is where I will spend most of my time and close my thoughts on. For budget and spending, we looked at budget performance of the state. Because the Ministry of Women Affairs in the state is the ministry that has the primary responsibility for GBV prevention and response. We looked at first the budget performance of state across a 3-year period, and then we looked at the per capita spending of that budget. And which is where I will now take you to, okay, that's the overall ranking. You can download the report. I will show you, I will tell us where we can see that. So this is how state fared in terms of budget and spending. But I will show you what led to that. This, you can download it and look at it, but they are the national aggregates for each of those indexes. And I don't have time to analyze this, but I don't mind sharing. This is where I want to pay more attention. If you look at this, what we did was a 3-year trend analysis. And for the 3-year trend analysis, we looked at not just the budget performance. By budget performance, we looked at the amount that has been allocated to the Ministry of Women Affairs, but most importantly, what percentage of that allocation was released and spent. We all know that not all budget allocation is released. So what we did here is, so let me use one of the states. Give me one of the states to use as an example. Anambra, good. So if you look at Anambra State, you will notice, so 2020, 2021, but let's focus on 2022. In Anambra State, the budget performance for 2022 is 31.9%. What that means is, out of the overall budget allocation to the Ministry of Women Affairs in Anambra State, only 31.9% was released and spent. What that means in terms of each woman in Anambra State that this budget is spent on is that only 87 naira 50 kobo is available to be spent on every woman by the Ministry of Women Affairs. Yet, remember all the things that I said that needs to be done on gender-based violence prevention and response. Awareness, creation, laws and policies need to be known, setup of sexual assault referral centers and all of that. If you look at all other states as well, you will see the budget performance and how much per female population. But we also know that it's not just the Ministry of Women Affairs that has the responsibility for GBV prevention and response. Which other ministry has a responsibility? Ministry of Health. Which other ministry? What? Ministry of Justice. Which other ministry? Ministry of Education. So we know that these other ministries have direct or indirect responsibility for GBV prevention and response. But why we focused on the Ministry of Women Affairs is because Ministry of Women Affairs has the primary responsibility. The subsequent edition of Humanity Index, we do the aggregate of these other ministries so that we can say this is how much the state is spending. The closing thought on this regarding investing to preventing gender-based violence, there are two things. One, states must allocate more and spend more to gender-based violence prevention and response by allocating more and spending more in the ministries of women affairs. And secondly, in the National Chart of Accounts, there is currently no line item for gender-based violence prevention and gender-based violence response. So we want that to be done both at the federal level and at the state level. Thank you very much.
Founder and Executive Director, Invectus Africa, Buki Shonibare. Please, a round of applause for her one more time. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Gradually, we're drawing to the end, coming to the end of this event. Now we will invite the panelists to come on stage, but to moderate this session, I'd like to invite a woman of high pedigree, a mother to many, one that has made a mark for herself, a woman that everyone would like to reckon with. She has published over 20 books focusing on violence against women, books that relates to Sharia laws, books that has to do with education for women and how women should be treated, position for women in our society and in politics. Very distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen. She is a women's rights advocate, the Secretary General, Women's Rights Advancement Protection Alternative. Please, to invite for this session, let's put our hands together for Hajia Sadatu Madi, MFR.
Thank you. I was asking him during tea break. I said, what did his mom do with the calendar that his dad gave her? And I think he didn't know what she did with it. I said she must have counted the number of days until the last day of the month, and then she will ask him, where is pot? Where is pot money? He will still have to answer her because that was evasive, giving her a calendar. So ladies and gentlemen, we're at a critical stage of this conversation where we actually go deeper, working with the practitioners in this space. And we have a panel of experts. I call them experts, foot soldiers, and most importantly, women's and human rights advocates of repute and long-standing in Nigeria. I would like to start by inviting Madam Esther Ahobami Michelia, who is online. Please, can we confirm Madam Esther is online? Is she online? Can we confirm if Esther is online, please? Mrs. Ahobami. Okay. Going to your programs, I'm sure you have read Hasido. But because we are working to fight time, Esther is a long-standing, Madam Esther, I think she wants to be French. Madam Esther is a public policy appraisal and gender mainstreaming and human development expert who is Nigeria's current representative and vice chair on the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, that is UNCEDAW Committee. She's former head of gender for the Commonwealth Secretariat and past chair of the Ministerial Technical Committee on Private Sector Initiatives of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, with the mandate of building partnerships and collaboration on private sector-led stimulus initiatives. I invite you to read the rest. Next, can we have her, please? Can you put her on? Thank you. Next, we have my own daughter, my compatriot and my colleague, Ms. Buki Shonebari. Buki has already been introduced, but what I think has not been said in this room is I met Buki Shonebari during the Bring Back Our Girls campaign. As many may recall, led by Mrs. Obi Ezekwesili, myself, Mariam Weiss, and Hadiza Bala Osman, who were the 4 Nigerian women who founded the Bring Back Our Girls campaign. And we serviced that campaign because it was like the whole country was silent. The silence was deafening. 276 girls were carted away in the night from Chibok, and it seemed to be business as usual. And we went out of our way to the glory of God, as the deputy governor will say, and I will say. But the most important thing I want to speak to in terms of that movement was that Buki Shonebare was one of the people who proved that there's a generational relationship between passion and commitment. Buki has moved from being just an activist following, but most important, I think you should tell them who you are. Do you want me to say it or we leave it open? Okay, then. So we leave that. We leave that, yeah? Okay. Buki has been a very strong filler for survivors in Nigeria, even outside of what she has just presented, because Buki is a declared survivor of gender-based violence. She has shared her story. Her story has inspired her, and she has moved from level to level. And like I said in the morning, I think I will need to be consulting with her so that I know how to do this work better. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please help me welcome Buki Shonebare. Next is a brother, a he for she, although I know he doesn't like being addressed as a he for she, but we cannot help it. I sometimes want to call him, instead of barrister or Mr., I want to call him Sister Eze Oyenkperi. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eze Oyenkperi is a lawyer with specialization in development law, including fiscal governance, gender and inclusivity, economic, social, and cultural rights. From 2000 to date, he has been involved in advocacy and capacity building for gender mainstreaming in budgeting, economic, social, and cultural rights, and the reduction of sexual and gender-based violence. His publications include Gender-Specific Rights Litigation Manual, which will be very useful for us as we invest to prevent gender-based violence and protect them. Thank you. Thank you. He has very, very relevant publications that as we move to invest, as we move to support survivors, a lot of his work will come in handy, and those resources, I believe many are online. Am I right, sir? So thank you very much. Help me please welcome Barrister Mr. Eze Oyenkperi. Next is Miss Emanuela Azu. Where is Miss Emanuela? Is she in the room? Thank you. Emanuela is another Gen Z of this movement. Emanuela is the head of programs at Women's Advocate Research and Documentation Center, Ward C for short, and of course is the right-hand arm of the General, Abiola Akinwumi, who we all know. She is a gender equality and social exclusion expert, a seasoned researcher, facilitator, and a development legal practitioner with 15 years experience within the civil society space. She is skilled in community mobilization, training, and advocacy from a gender perspective with a wide range of stakeholders. She holds also a master's degree in law. So last and not the least on the panel is Mrs. Elizabeth Egaraba. Is she in the room? Please help me welcome Emanuela. I forgot to ask. Mrs. Elizabeth, please. Yes, thank you. Mrs. Elizabeth is an administrator with cognate experience in development work for over 30 years in the private and public sectors of the Nigerian economy. She was the chairperson of the Technical Working Group on the development of the Pioneer National Social Protection Policy and followed up until it was initially approved by the Federal Executive Council. She also supported the review of the National Gender Policy and provided gender inputs into the current National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. She facilitated the creation of the World Bank-supported Gender Innovation Lab that is domiciled in her department in the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. She is one of the team members that sponsored the mainstreaming of gender into the budgetary process since 2021. She is currently the Director, Economic Growth Department in the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for her. The selection of these ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, is quite relevant because the whole theme for 2023 is speaking to investment. Like all our speakers have said, investment comes in many forms. And as such, we have them to discuss and probably help us understand what are those areas, key areas that will impact in terms of people committing and investing. I want to start with Madam Esther. Is she online? Madam Esther, please. Is she online? Hello? Do we have Madam Esther, please? Okay. While you are working to have her, we'll go ahead.
Yes.
Barrister Eze, I want to start with you. From your years of experience working on, is she there? Okay. Excuse me, sir. She has come online. Okay, Madam Esther, let me just stand up so that I'm not backing her. Madam Esther, thank you for joining the panel. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Hello?
I can hear you, and we can all hear you. I'm sending you the first question, ma'am. Drawing from global experiences, which you have plenty of, please emphasize the high cost of not funding. If we don't fund gender-based violence response and protection, what is the risk and what is the danger, and what are the global best practices for directing investments towards preventing violence against women and girls? Thank you, ma'am. We're listening.
Well, thank you very, very much, Hajia. The questions that you pose are questions that just make me wonder whether people really understand the scale of the cost of what gender-based violence costs us around the world and in different parts of the world. Because people assume that gender-based violence is a personal issue. It's between two people or within a family, and therefore it is cost neutral. But the truth is, it is not cost neutral. By not attending to gender equality issues, we know that approximately from calculations and computations around the world, about $1.5 trillion is the total annual cost of not addressing gender-based violence, either the impacts, the services, and all of the management, the prevention, and the loss, the productivity loss that comes along with gender-based violence is estimated to be equivalent to $1.5 trillion. And this is about 2% of the global GDP of the world. And you find that when there are cases of pandemics, insecurity, instability, famine, or flood, that percentage rises to about 3.7. And some regions of the world have actually gone further to calculate what gender-based violence costs. For instance, in the EU, the European Union, gender-based violence costs about $366 billion annually. In South Africa, in this part of the world where we are in, it costs about 35 billion rands annually, issues around gender-based violence. And in Asia, Bangladesh has done its own evaluation and assessment of the cost of gender-based violence, and they came up with 143 billion takas per year. In Australia, about $8.1 billion annually is what gender-based violence costs the nation. And we need to know why this is, because in the very recent research or the data released by the Secretary General of the UN, about one woman dies every 11 minutes around the world. So anywhere in the world, put it together as you, and we started this event now, we've been here since like 10 a.m. I can imagine how many minutes that is, and you can count how many women have died. So for us to really conceptualize and come to terms with the cost of gender-based violence, we also know that cyber violence and cyber instigated violence is really increasing. So people don't even have to be physical, they can instigate violence through using digital technology, and then they perpetrate it through virtual means. We also know, because people wonder, so what does all that money, is it that women, is it because women are that productive? It is the cumulative cost of the prevention, the management, the loss of hours in the judicial system, in the security system, in the policing system, the market losses, the loss of productivity, the loss in services and goods that are normally provided, the loss in medical care, in recovery. All of these are some of the costs, you know, that when you put together, makes gender-based violence really, really critical to the economy of the world and of course of the nation. And many people often don't understand, why should we invest? Because I think I heard that in your question, and where are the good practices? Well, because investing in gender-based violence has a positive multiplier effect on the economy. You find that people who, when gender-based violence is perpetrated, people are not able to be as productive as they are, both the perpetrator and the victim and the survivor. So if you put all of that together, that's new energy that you are releasing into your economy. Also, we unleash wasted human capital, because the judicial system, the security system, the policing, the health services, the policy making, and the local government councils, all of these costs, you know, have a direct or indirect impact on the livelihood and productivity. And then it is tying down human capital that could be used, you know, in other sectors productively. Also for us in CEDAW, we find that the cost of implementing legislation, because we find a lot of laws exist. You know, we need to invest in it, because the laws that we have put together, and because I heard in the earlier sessions, all the states that have the laws, about 30-something states now have the laws. But if you look closely from the very last presentation, the budgeting is not there. And so if we have the laws, we need resources, and those resources are also resources that could be used for other things. Access to justice, reparation, because I've only heard about shelters. The full range of managing gender-based violence is that there is reparation for damage and loss, and then there is rehabilitation, and then there is empowerment, so that they get back to productivity in the society. Of course, what we
Thank you very much, Madam Esther.
missing.
Esther is an expert, a long-standing advocate, She's a professor of this space, and if we allow her, she will tell us the ABCD of it and get to Z for us.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Esther. We appreciate you. Please help me give her a round of applause in appreciation of her contributions. Now we'll go to Barrister Eze. From your years of experience, Barrister, working on gender-responsive budgeting, what are the related impacts of GBB on society and even on men themselves? Thank you.
Well, if you look at the issue of GBV in relation to the budget, you will understand that if you do not make adequate budgetary resources available, I liken it to sending somebody to farm, taking away the hoe, taking away the knife, and there's no tractor in the farm, and then you ask the person to produce results which will not work. And so, if you look at laws and policies, they stand on their own. If you don't put resources into them in the law policy budget continuum, there is no way that law will be meaningful. Just like at the federal level, I've had NAPTI complain a lot of times that they have a law, they have to implement the VAT law that the agency child, but no budget line has ever been presented to them. So first of all, the state has that obligation to implement those laws. And that obligation is not just about finances alone, because when we talk about resources, people link it only to finances. There are human resources, there are ecological resources, there's also information. Even when you were mentioning the ministries that are charged with GBV issues, nobody talked about Ministry of Information that runs the radio and television that could even provide popular education without taking any extra cost from their budget, because the time is already paid by the state. You make the decision of what is to be discussed at any particular point in time. So in essence, if you are looking at the cost of not implementing it on the whole of society and on the whether it's men or women, you are thinking in terms of the GDP, if you are even looking at the economic angle, the GDP, the contributions that these people who are suffering from this will have made to the economy, which in essence is being lost simply because they are taken out of circulation or that they are prevented from working at their optimum. So going forward, we want to have a holistic picture of the number of agencies that you could give resources or that you could empower that can make these laws become implementable. It doesn't end with the Ministry of Women Affairs. It doesn't end with health. It doesn't end with education. It doesn't end with justice. Across the whole value chain, you could find so many agencies, even in the Ministry of Agriculture. So what I propose is that we must look through all the ministries and find low-hanging fruits. Because the moment you begin to call million-dollar projects, everybody will run away. Can we find those low-hanging fruits that don't cost a fortune and use them as entry points for budgeting so that it will be easier to market them and for the state to agree? And even if you have to come back to the budget of the Ministry of Women Affairs, I've taken time over the years to look at that budget. It appears to me that sometimes they are not tactically focused. Okay? When you use such loose words as empowerment and you are not targeting it, it's not strategically focused, it's easy for people to dismiss it. But let's have measurable programs and activities tied to concrete results that everybody can understand so that at the end of the year, you can say we spent A, B, C, and then this is the result we have produced. Because I see sometimes people talking about anniversaries and celebrations in budgets of Ministry of Women Affairs. And what I see voted there are maybe all these uniforms. I didn't say you don't need uniforms. You need it too, but that should not be a priority because there are other things you can spend money on that can produce much, much better results. In the work we did, we listed over 15 agencies that we think we should be able to put resources into to achieve results. For instance, both the police and NCDC have gender units, but there is no single cobble vote for any of those units. And the way the force is structured, even if you were to vote money and the person on top decides to somehow manipulate that money, you are in no position to go to complain. You have to be told to wait for your turn because the OGA is a hierarchy. And I'm not saying that's proper. So, but there are always opportunities, whether it's in the law enforcement agencies, whether it's in any ministry at all, for us to put in some little money, or even ask them to make better use of the resources that is available for us to achieve results. So if we have proper budgeting to eradicate gender-based violence, I believe our economy will be in a better position to grow. I believe we are also going to be in a better position to realize universal health coverage. I believe we're also going to be in a position to reduce the number of out-of-school children. And just name it, we are also going to be more productive in agriculture, because the work we do with small-scale women farmers also shows that there are some violence issues that are not properly addressed, which also reduces their productivity. Because as of today, most farmers, whether male or female, can't even continue going to the farms because of fear of being kidnapped or fear of any other thing. So there are just a whole lot of challenges across the value chain that we can talk about. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Barrister Eze. Please help me appreciate it. Since we have started talking crack money, I'll go to my sister and ask, Ministry of Budget. We have listened to Buki Shanubare, we have listened to Yemishi Nathaniel, we have listened to Esther and Eze. They all speak to the need to go beyond just commitment or budgeting. What would you say? Where would you think we have to realistically look? Maybe you give us an example of if you take a ministry, just even move away from Ministry of Women Affairs. Barrister Eze has spoken to, for example, the gender units of the police and the NCADC. For example, if you were to budget for any of those agencies, what will be the specifics that you'll be thinking that will end up to promote their role in preventing or responding to violence against women and girls? Thank you.
Thank you, Hajia Sadatu. I want to also congratulate you for this laudable event. You know, the issues about budgeting, budgeting is a process, and we need to understand that process to be able to get the best out of it. Some of the things I'm going to mention, my counterpart has already talked about it. Gender-based violence is multi-sectorial, it's multifaceted. It could be emotional, it could be sexual, it could be physical, even child marriage. It cuts across, it's cross-cultural and all that. So, and then talking about the sectors, because it's a social issue, social and cultural issue, those issues need, consistent advocacy. And then, so relentless efforts, you just have to keep at it. Now, if you look at the budgeting process, we start from the MTEP, which is the medium-term expenditure framework, and the fiscal strategy paper, all the way to the budget. The budget goes through there, then there are call circulars to the executive, and then finally to the legislature, where it's at the National Assembly that you have the final approval. Now, we need to understand that lobbying must be consistent. It is all hands on deck, because the people at different levels of the process, do they understand the issues concerning gender-based violence? Do they understand the gaps and all that? Can they, for instance, look at data and disaggregate it such that they can identify the gaps? Okay, you have, because you have they are implementing agencies that are concerned with gender-based violence, like, let's say, the Women Affairs, for instance. The officers there must come up with interventions or articulate proposals that can convince those that are allocating money to allocate. Are they trained enough to be able to allocate, articulate those proposals? Why is it that at the end of the day, there's very little budgeting for this kind of social issues, when we all know the implications? Do they articulate enough, proposals such that they can convince? Some of the people that are also allocating money, have they been convinced that social issues are germane, gender-based issues are germane, that women are 50% of the population of Nigeria, and they need, if you don't take care of that population, that aspect of the population, you can imagine the loss, you understand? So these are the things. So we have to, look at that process. We have to try and understand it and see how we can make the best out of it. That doesn't mean that government is doing what they are funding, but I still feel that we also need to be able to train, to, pay more attention to advocacy at different levels, especially at the highest levels. Where are the champions at the National Assembly, for instance, that when you bring issues concerning budget, they can say, oh yes, we need to spend more money on gender. Those are the things that we need to talk about, ma.
Thank you very much, and help me thank Madam for this. As you were speaking, Madam, one of the things that came to mind was when we started the struggle for the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Bill in 2000 and 2001. A lot of the civil society organizations who were just coming up did not have an idea of legislative advocacy, what is involved. In the same manner, what I hear you say is we need, between you and Barrister Eze, we need you as experts to help us unpack gender budgeting. We've all been singing gender budgeting, but now we are singing investment through budgeting at gender level, at MDA level, and then also within the social construct of our communities and even families. Do we have resources in the family to subject mommy to mental health counseling? Because it's there in the homes. So I will go now to Buki. I want to ask you, you have been in this space. You also know where the shoe pinches. What would be your actionable recommendations? Actionable recommendations. We don't hear recommendation, Taya. Which ones can we move out of this room and either as an MDA, as a community leader, as a religious leader, as the governor of a Plateau State, or as a media person, what can we do? One, to respond to what they are doing so that actionably, by next year, I was speaking to British Council. I said next year, we already have our theme for this project. That is report card. Everybody who is in this room will come back and there will be no speeches. Everybody, at least 50% of people in this room will come back to report. What have you done in your sphere of influence? What have you invested and to what end? What has happened from your investment? So I don't give you homework for the whole year. I won't give you calendar, but I have told you that by this year, next year, you should come back. So Buki, let us hear you. Actionable recommendations, please. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Ma. Okay, so here we are talking about invest to prevent. And just to be sure that we are all on the same page in terms of what prevention is about. So when we talk about GBV prevention, we are talking about those information and awareness and education that is made to make sure that those who are at risk do not experience gender-based violence. And even structures and systems that are set up in the state and even at community level. When we talk about response, we are talking about access to legal justice, for instance. We are talking about support services. And we are talking about things like witness protection. And we are talking about things like setting up of sexual assault referral centers and shelters. So that's like sort of like the two domains, prevention on one hand and response. Now, practical recommendations. I'll propose 3 things. I will be elated if by the time we gather next year, states can, inshallah, that states can come here to show that they have achieved these 3 things. 1, that in state budget, there should be specific line for gender-based violence prevention and gender-based violence response. We've talked extensively about the different ministries that are in charge, and let's reiterate it so that we can take note and go back to our state. We've talked about Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Women Affairs, Ministry of Information and Awareness, Ministry of Information, which is usually saddled by National Orientation Agency. And then we also talked about Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education. I've mentioned 5 different ministries. By the time we gather again next year by God's grace, we should be able to see in the respective budget of these ministries elements of their budget that prevent and respond to gender-based violence. Are we clear on that? So do we all agree with that? And is actionable enough? Okay, good. Thank you. By extension, sir, at the federal level, one of the things that we should see also in terms of budget is we should have a specific line in our national chart of account that says gender-based violence prevention and response. You talked about something that I like. You said that there is no tactical focus of those budgets. So we want to see tactical focus. It means that in our budget we must see, even in the Ministry of Women Affairs, for a lot of the states we sampled, for all of the states that we worked in, we didn't see, a lot of them didn't have gender-based violence prevention and response. That's number one. Number two, in the VAP law of 2015, which is the parent law, and in the VAP Act, the VAP Act of 2015 and in the VAP laws of state, there is a provision there for setting up of a victim support fund. Yes or no? States call it different things. Permit me to use Ekiti as an example. Ekiti has the Survivor Support Fund. By God's grace, when we gather here next year, I hope that each state will be able to come and say that they have now established their own GBV Survivors Support Fund. And that is managed by a specific ministry or agency. And this is solely for GBV prevention and response. It is in the VAP law. What we saw when we assessed all the VAP laws is that some states removed that particular provision. So if your state removed that provision, I won't mention states. If your state removed it, go and review that VAP law and put it back there so that there is a legal backing for the setting up of GBV Survivor Support Fund. And lastly is for each state in that GBV Survivor Support Fund, we must have a GBV coordinating investment team, something like that. This is a coming together of specific stakeholders, philanthropists, private sector, business owners within the state, students who have gone out and they are now doing well, to come and be putting money, you know, like Ajo, market women. Put money in this purse every month, every year to support GBV response and prevention in the state. So I mentioned three things. The first one is what?
Budget lines.
Budget line at state level. The second one is what?
Victim Support Fund.
Victim Survivor Support Fund at state level. And the third one is what? An investment coordinating team. It is not coordinating for response. This is just for the investment on GBV prevention and response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think I saw, where is our EU ambassador here? Yes. I think you missed the initial statements we had before Buki started. We had said, because this year, with all modesty, is successful as this event is ongoing, because it's practical. We are not speaking too much English. We are talking to the right things that need to be said. We hope to be here next year by your advice and your proposal. And when we come next year, it will be a reporting event. It will not be a speech event. It will be a reporting event. And the commitment we want to take away is that at least EU should be able to fund that event, and 50% of people in this room, by the grace of God, should be able to report back. And then Buki has done a very simple assignment, a page, to say what people should come back and report to practically. And that was where you came in while she was saying. So I want to thank you, Buki, for that. And I will move on to Emanuela. Emanuela, you are a foot soldier. You have been in this game for the last how many Toro I know. Please share some insights in terms of collaboration. You've just heard what Buki said. We need a coordinating agency for both investment and implementation. But we also need monitoring. And that monitoring cannot be done by the person or the agency that is doing it. It has to be done by civil society and other actors outside of that frame. Now, in doing that, we would need to have structures and platforms. What would you share with us as your experience in terms of collaborating to work with both governments and civil society in terms of the gender-based violence and violence against women initiatives that you have been into as Ward C and as Emanuela?
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And good afternoon, everyone, once again. And thank you, Rapper, for this opportunity to be here to share our experience. Okay, so I think going forward, and in terms of what Buki has said, and everyone around the table has actually said, having a violence against persons law, that's the act law at the national level, and then also state levels. I think currently about 34 states in Nigeria have actually implemented in the VAP law. Yes, Lagos State has a gender law, but it's a protection against domestic violence law. Lagos State would have been the 35th state, but they do not have VAP, but a gender law. So what can we do? What more can we do? How can we? A coordinating ministry, yes. Very importantly, some of the initiative and efforts to invest to ensure that there is an end to violence against women and girls in Nigeria, particularly from after when the VAP law was implemented, is that in some states, certain steps has been taken in some states to see that what we refer to as a multi-sectoral costed action plan was developed. So when we say a multi-sectoral costed action plan, what are we talking about? It's a plan that is being led. It's a process that is being led by the Ministry of Women Affairs. We can't deny the fact that Ministry of Women Affairs are the coordinating ministry when it comes to implementing the violence against persons law within the states. So the Ministry of Women Affairs with support, and they had Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health. In some states named differently, they have the Children Ministry. In some states it's termed Youth and Social Development. You know, the names vary depending on the state you work in. And then we also worked very closely with the Ministry of Information, because there is no way you can actually talk about ending violence against women and girls and you're leaving out the Ministry of Information. And then to develop the costed action plan, also the Ministry of Budget and Planning were very instrumental, because yes, the technicality, the technical know-how. That's why when we talk about developing skills, it's really very important, because it's a different thing for you to be able to develop a budget. It's different for you to be able to develop a budget that is acceptable to the state, that can be implemented, that can be accepted and be implemented into the state working document, because it's very important. So one of the things that we think can be done, and then this process is being monitored and is coordinated by the civil society organization. The ministries themselves cannot monitor themselves. They can't coordinate, they can't monitor themselves. So the process is such that there is a 5-year action plan that is being budgeted for. It's a 5 years action plan. And it is very specific. You know, that thing about focus and specificity is really very important. You cannot be talking about a VAP law in vacuum. You have to be very focused. You have to be very deliberate and intentional. Be very specific. In the first quarter of 2024, we are going to work in 3 communities. And we are going to implement that detailed focus and specificity is really very important for us to be able to implement, for us to be able to action. When we talk about investing in ending violence against women and girls, we have to be very intentional in doing that. So it's not just enough for us to say, oh, there is a budget line. No, it's not just about having a budget line, but about having a very detailed, actionable budget line that is also infused with an M&E framework. So it's really very detailed. The budget lines are there, and then the M&E framework is attached. That is the monitoring mechanism, how you would ensure, you monitor to ensure that you are achieving what you have budgeted for. So I think that's really very intentional, and that's really very important. And so for us to be able to achieve that as well, we need to work very closely with relevant CSOs within the states. CSOs work on various issues, but there are some CSOs in our states which, as ministries, we need to be able to identify the CSOs that are genuinely doing the work. You work in collaboration with these ministries. So from time to time, you also work with them, carry out review meetings, quarterly meetings if you would want it that way, or maybe by annual meeting, depending on how accommodating or flexible it can be, to review the budget, that costed action plan that has been developed. In 2022, a few states in Nigeria developed the multi-sectoral costed action plan. And Calabar, for instance, the executive governor of Calabar State, that's a Professor Ben. Yeah, so Cross River State.
I thought
Thank
we
you.
now have 37 states.
Cross River State. Professor Ben Ayade actually adopted the costed action plan that was developed in his state. He signed it and then he adopted it. Sokoto State adopted it. And then the governor of Sokoto State did not just stop at adopting. He actually budgeted, he actually allocated funds. That he has done. He has allocated, I think, to the tune of about 30 million or something like that for the first disbursement, first allocation. So the next thing is for the civil society organization that worked closely with the ministries to begin to monitor, to ensure that it's not just about allocating, but then it is released. And when it is released, that it is judiciously spent. So that, I think, it's very important that we are able to do this. So if you're able to develop to adopt that multi-sectoral costed action plan approach. You could do a 3-year plan, you could have a 5-year plan. That's to help you draw out specific activities, just reiterating what I already said. Developing specific activities, mapping out community by community, local government by local government, activities that will be implemented either quarterly or monthly with MOVs, verifiable MOVs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emanuela. Please help me appreciate Emanuela. I think if I can put a rope around what Emanuela has said, one of the things I am taking away is that first, from budget and planning, there is knowledge. There must be knowledge. From Mr. Barrister Eze, he's talking of a focus, a purposeful, intentional move to say we want to finance gender or we want to finance prevention of violence against women. Because if you say you want to finance gender, it's a big envelope. So we need to be specific and focused. If your state has adopted the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act in any name, whatever name, you then need to come down and be intentional of the things that need to happen for this law to become, live and beneficial to the people of my state. What is the priority? Is it knowledge? Do we still need to go back and convince people? Do we need to train people? What is it that we need? And even if it is one thing, that you can show a roadmap saying that when we do this and we carry it through the state, either MDAs, social structures, or whatever, it will lead to some form or some contribution to prevention. I think that is. The second thing is that I listen to incrementality. We cannot hope that by the 2024 budget, the problems of gender-based violence or violence against women will be solved. No, it will not be. So civil society telling governments this is not to say we are oblivious or we are ignorant of the fact. And as my sister from Budget and Planning said, knowledge of the process is very important. So if in year 2024, you are able to say that by the end of year 2024, my state should have had A, B, C, D, and then that A, B, C, D is having 10 processes, would have conquered 7 processes and 3 will be left. We can then come here and say practically you have moved and you have shifted. But just to come here and tell us you have a budget line will not be enough. I'm already setting the agenda for 2024. Okay, now I will go for a second round, which will be quick. Now, Barrister Eze, we have been talking of MDAs. But the people who appropriate, that is within the national and state assemblies, do they also have some form of responsibility apart from appropriation? Or how can they come in? As people we have elected to represent us and who should have our interest at heart, what can they do within their ambit of influence apart from being appropriation mechanisms? What can they do, please?
I'm sure everybody knows that legislators have what they call constituency projects. But I think everybody here knows. So it's not just for the federal legislators alone. Even in Kwara, I'm sure, they give you constituency votes or for constituency projects. So can we begin to put pressure on our legislators to begin to nominate projects that can help to fight the GBV struggle? So that's one area of bringing in a little money. The second one is this Survivors Fund. You know, we are literally dragging governments kicking and screaming to make these laws, putting so much pressure. So if you expect them to be the ones to champion this Survivors Fund, it will not work. I expect those of us on this table or around the room to sit down and draw a body of principles, a framework for the implementation of this Survivors Fund, which could be about suggestions on where the money will come from, not necessarily asking government to put direct money. If you ask government to put direct money, they will start grumbling. You could talk about corporate social responsibility, or even making companies who donate to this, whatever amount they donate up to a certain limit, become tax deductible. So there are different ideas that can come from jurisdictions where we can sit down and have a framework for this. And finally, let me say this. There are a lot of money. I sat down the other day, I was looking at Nigeria's debts. I discovered not less than $5 billion dedicated to improving girl child education in the Northeast and the Northwest. And these funds have been there for the past 5, 6, 7 years. And not a single needle has moved in terms of improvement of this education. And most of this money has been drawn down. So I think we have a duty in this room to go back and begin to track what exactly happened to this money. You can't spend $5 billion to improve girl child education, and the statistics are getting worse. Meanwhile, the money has been drawn down. Something happened to that money, and we need to know what happened.
Thank you, Barrister. And again, we come back. It is like saying next year, what do we report as civil society organizations? Have we tracked it? And how are we going to track that? Now, Madam, Budget and Planning, what can we ask of you, especially we as civil society organizations, the ministries, the MDAs, the traditional, what can we expect from you to help us understand this process so that your own contribution to this investment begins from how much you help us to realize how and why we should invest? Thank you.
Thank you, Hajia. We have training on the budgeting process in budget and planning. We also have training on gender responsive budgeting. So we have done that. You know, we've trained our own staff internally, but training can also be expensive. So if we can get support from some of our partners to be able to train more MDA staff, especially on gender responsive budgeting, because gender responsive budgeting, by the time I talk about it, to a large extent will cover, you know, it closes the gaps in gender and other social groups. So, and then also, members of NGOs
please, can
and
we have
CSOs,
quiet in the room, please?
NGOs and CSOs can also take part in this training so that you understand the budgeting process, you understand, you know, how to analyze data and disaggregate, and, you know, to be able to pick out the gaps, especially the gender gaps that are in those data. And then from there, you can now design interventions. You also understand how to articulate your proposals such that they can be funded.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. And secondly, also, you know, we have new ministers and new champions in government. We can work together, we can identify some of these ministers and have some high-level advocacy visits.
Thank you.
Yes, our minister is very gender-friendly. It's a he for she.
Thank
so
you
we
very
can continue the discussion later.
Thank you very much. British Council, my partner, Ward C, Budget, Invictus, we have been asked to go to the Ministry of Budget and Planning and ask for trainings and also support for us to understand the process. So we should follow that up. Thank God Dami is just coming into the room. Now, quickly, just so that we go to the audience, we go to our participants. Buki, what is the biggest challenge you perceive in terms of, even if we get everything right, what role do you think our traditional and religious institutions have in terms of, because all this thing about budgeting are technical, it's not in their policies. How do we bring them inside in terms of, especially what Emanuela spoke to, monitoring?
Leaders of faith and culture, as been said earlier, have huge roles to play. While we have different categories of stakeholders, for government side, we've talked about them, the ministries, but also for the non-governmental side, the leaders of faith and culture. If there is anything, if money is allocated to issues that drill down to cultural traditional and religious norms and social norms, then those monies will continue to be a waste. Where our leaders will come up, your Royal Highnesses, is to be able to change those social norms, those social cultures, eliminate those ones within your communities, the ones that perpetuate gender-based violence, the ones that reinforce gender-based violence, the ones that even in the bid to support survivors of gender-based violence in themselves are denying them of justice or in themselves are perpetuating gender-based violence. So where the leaders of faith and culture will come is not just in the elimination of those customs and norms, but it's also to be able to support themselves. Like we have champions of leaders of faith and culture here, but we know that they are not the only ones. How about these same people, such as Cutler as well, working with other traditional leaders and faith leaders across Nigeria to pass on the knowledge that you now have and the conviction that you now have that we are a nation that do not condone gender and sexual
Thank you very much,
violence.
Buki. And I can tell you, at least RAPA has on record MOVs that show our constituency of gender champions in those two constituencies. And like I've said to you, when we saw the rise in the establishment of formal SACs, we thought of the challenges we have found in our research, showing that most women don't go to SACs because they also draw stigmatization to themselves. So we worked with our faith and culture leaders, and that's why now, in at least 4 states of Nigeria and the FCT, and where is Gimbia, please? Gimbia, the wife of the emir the chief of Garki. Now, we have created, these people have invested. They have given us spaces in the palaces, and we have safe spaces in their palaces, meaning that we don't have to pay rent. We don't have to also, and then another thing we have done with them is we have created a platform. All the wives of the traditional leaders in the FCT now have a platform which enables women to go to them and complain, and they are able, we are working with them to access the communities. So again, that is another form of investment. For our religious leaders, we have had occasions where they have come to speak and say what the text of religion says about our living. The church says 2 become 1, and then the Muslims say that you are the leader, but you have a responsibility. That is the most quoted verse where we are told men are leaders. And we have gotten our our religious leaders to unpack what that verse means. It is not just an allocation of a rank that you are the head of the family. No, but head of the family because God has invested or has vested you with a responsibility, which if you discharge, then you merit to be respected, you merit to be, whatever you want will be done because you've done what God has put upon you. So what we need from them also is this knowledge, being that courageous group that can tell us what really religion means and what it means. Move away from the misrepresentations. Now, Emanuela, I want you to close quickly with what are those challenges, again, that we see when it comes to people of faith and culture or government workers trying to do these things. For example, within a ministry, if a person, for example, the gender desk officer, keeps talking, we have not put gender budgeting inside. What kind of challenges have they faced? Or the religious leaders, when they support women's issues, or when what kind of challenges have we seen them face?
Okay, challenges that first-hand responders of gender-based violence face. Oh, the challenges are enormous. I think one of the major challenges that they face is stereotyping and stigmatization. And also, there is also this naming, as in when you stigmatize, labeling, yes. Also, that is also being faced. And so, it's a very huge challenge. And I think one of the things that we should begin to do very consciously is a mindset shift. When we begin to shift our mindsets, and begin to see and embrace the new norm, the new normal, and begin to see and understand that gender equality is not a competition. I think it will, to a very large extent, break the barriers and the challenges that are being faced. When we begin to understand that the struggle and the agitation and the efforts, the investment in ending violence against women and girls is a development stride. And I think if we begin to come from that perspective, it will, to a very large extent, reduce the challenges that and the stigmatizations, the labeling that come with ending violence against women and girls, basically.
Thank you very much, and I will turn now to our participants. I would like to see, maybe from this first row, we'll take the first row. We want either questions or reinforcements of what our panelists have said. I'm sure our panelists have covered quite a lot. Madam Esther, I hope you are still with us. Can somebody check whether she's still with us? Who runs with the microphone? Please let us see a show of the hands. Oh, she has gone. Thank you very much. Can we see it with a show of the hands? And I don't know whether Her Excellency would like to say something before we give the microphone to anybody. Okay. Okay. Honorable Commissioner Khadijat wants to start. And I think she's also in a position to do that because she has been in the legislature and now she's in the executive. So we'll go see how she will combine them. Who else from the front row? Okay, 2 people from this desk and 2 people here. Yeah, they put up their hands. They put up their hands. So we will start from, I think we'll start from Honorable Khadijat, and then we have the Honorable Commissioner from Anambra, and Dr. Suleiman, Ustaz Hussein, and His Royal Highness from Zaria. So we'll go in that order. Yes, madam, please, we have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mine is not a question, it's just a contribution. More so, I would like to speak to this document because when I went through the document, I saw some of the things that were written against Ogun State, where I happen to be from. I want to assure you that a lot of these things...
just hold on, please help me appreciate Barrister Eze. He has to go to another panel at the National Human Rights Commission. Thank you very much. He has asked that he be excused, and I think he has done well. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze. Please go on, ma'am.
So some of these issues are issues that, in fact, within the last 2 months, next week will make it 2 months that I assumed office, and a lot has been done on this. Just yesterday, we had a walk and we had a women consultative forum on commemorating the 16 days of activism on gender-based violence. And the governor committed to, because we met with the governor, and he committed to making sure that we have a shelter, because at the moment, we don't really have a state shelter. We have a SAC center, but we are committed to having 1 per zone before the next 6 months. Take me and just put that down. Within the next 6 months, we are committed to having 1 per zone so that we can. And when I'm saying SAC center, it's not just SAC center, an operational SAC center. That is what we have now. We now have people coming up because of the way we've been going about our sensitization and our dialogue with people. You have people coming up, you have people calling the hotline of the SAC center to report cases. Just about 1 month ago, 1 man raped a lady, and the lady went to tell someone who is close to her what happened to her. And the woman just brought out 1 notebook that we went to somewhere, and this is the number they gave to us. You know, that is part of the result of our advocacy. Now, in the course of trying to arrest that man, on getting to his place, we caught him in another act. It means raping 2 people, young ladies. In fact, the second one happens to be a 400-level student of a private university who was on IT in Ogun State. Within 24 hours, 2 young ladies.
Thank you.
So we are doing so much. And let me quickly say this. There's a need to build synergy, not just among the ministries. For instance, we've been paying quarterly visits to some of the agencies that we work with, NDLEA, Civil Defense, and they are doing wonderfully well with us in Ogun State. Just 3 days ago, we were at Arrow. That's the psychiatric hospital in Ogun State. We've been doing this because we want a better relationship with them. We've been to the state hospital. We are going to meet with the chief judge of the state because we believe every state should have a special court that we attend to gender-based violence.
Thank you
This
very
is
much,
one of the
Honorable.
challenges we've been having when you have cases in courts and they are not being attended to. Not to even talk about how our policemen react to issues. Because of our time, I think I just have to
Thank
stop
you
here.
very much, Honorable. Please give it to her. Thank you very much. The Honorable Commissioner, Anambra State, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, panelists. This has been a very insightful session and learned so much. And just to follow up from where you stopped, I think to also emphasize, and when I had the opportunity, I think I missed out that Anambra State currently has a gender-based court, just for speedy dispensation of justice regarding gender-based
Give them a round of
Yes.
applause, please.
Yes. So, and I speak because I'm the commissioner for budget, so I could actually relate so much with what she said, and I think that's where the gap is. Because I see people who come in to say, oh, there's no line on gender-based violence. I said, line to do what? What exactly? So there's a gap between the program and actually the budget. It's not just okay for it to be in the budget. It can be in the budget that is not spent. Because you need to make a case. You need to write. You need to kind of buttress the need for that particular expenditure. So if you're unable to articulate it, it could be in the budget and it's zero, nothing spent. Yes. So I think that's where the gap is. I actually think that I'm not sure there's any problem with allocating money to gender-based. It's actually the capacity across the ministries to be able to articulate the program and be able to speak to it and be able to actually implement. I would doubt if anybody has issues with actually allocating money to gender. But if you're unable to tell me something and the other issues of the same priority, I could then say, okay, these people are better prepared because I expect to see the money spent eventually. Thank you.
I think part of what comes also, you know, sometimes someone was telling me that one of the challenges that we're having around our advocacy for these things is that women are becoming entitled. That's what he said to me. That we just believe because we say women or gender or children that things will happen. We have to be intentional. That's what he said to me, and that's what I heard from the budget. And Dr. Suleiman, please. Can someone give him the microphone kindly? Thank you. So you
Thank
have 2
you
minutes.
very much.
Yeah.
I think today we are meeting Dr. Justice Sadatu. I knew her quite all right since 2000 when I was an executive correspondent for the Policy magazine. We also worked together very closely when I was in Daily Trust. Hajia Sadatu have tactically moved me as a journalist to be a gender-based advocate. I am privileged to lecture in one of the universities. We have 3 modules or 4 modules: Introduction to Gender, Advanced in Gender Studies, Gender in Nigeria, and Gender International Relations. In these aspects, let me tell you, I put things together as far as gender is concerned to lecture the student. But if you look at the curriculum and scheme of work, what you are saying really in the real terms of gender violence against women is not in those curriculum. Please, here you will need a working tool for all these universities. And that is number 1. Number 2, we are talking of a critical working document for investment to prevent violence against women and girls. Let me tell you, we should not mess it up. When I was writing a proposal for my PhD thesis, a colleague of mine in the same status wrote 5 different proposals that are gender-based related with the office of the First Lady. All those proposals were turned down, that the office of the First Lady have not any legal establishment for him to have a thesis on that office. And all these proposals are on gender-based. Hajia Justice, let me tell you, most of the foundation we have on issues that are related to gender are from the First Ladies. Since from the inception where you work with the First Lady, may her soul be rest in peace, Aisha Mariam Babangida, that established the Women Development Center, National Hospital Mariam Abacha, Child Care Trust by Stella Obasanjo. We have indigenous cancer, the wife of the late president, Yaradua, let me tell you, all these are edifices we have seen that have serious impact on our ladies. Please, the engine room is office of the First Lady. Let's have a working document that you will defend with your lawyer counterparts across the state to have a working document related to the office of the First Lady that will be enshrined in the state constitution, that they will be effective. That's where the budget will come from. If you are relating to Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and State Affairs, the governor will tell you we don't have budget for such an investment, please. But the office of the First Lady will have a look, sit down with the governor, with the president, I need this for my office. And it must be a working document, Justice, please.
Thank
On
you
here,
very
I'll
much.
put a full stop.
Thank you very much,
Haji.
Thank you very much. I think you need to be informed, sir, that already the wives of governors have a platform which is called the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum. It started from Nigerian Governors Wives Forum. But because of our aspiration that one day, a woman will be a governor in Nigeria, they have changed the name to Spouses Forum. So you could be maybe the husband to that wife who becomes the governor of your state, inshallah. So that is already there as a mechanism. But what I hear you speak to around the issue of universities and curriculum, we, with the support of Ford Foundation and some other international NGOs, are having working tools. Right now, I think about, with Gender Mobile and RAPA, we have some universities that we have worked with to develop gender policies, and then they also have online safeguarding protocols that are operational. The last university we have worked in has adopted is Federal University Dusamma, where the girls were taken away from just about 4 or 5 weeks ago. Bandits took away some girls, if you recall. So it is something that is really critical. That is, putting it within those spaces is also important. And you know also that Nigeria has just passed a law around the issue of sexual harassment in tertiary institutions in the country. So there's a lot going on, and we would like people like you to please coordinate and synergize with the CSOs and the government in ensuring that some of these ideas come to fruition. Thank you very much. Now, the microphone is going to that table, because after these two interventions, we have online questions. We'll address them and then come back to the physical. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much.
The introduction again, please, sir, because many people were not here when you were introduced.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
The names are Alhaji Bala Muhammad Tijani. I hold the title of Bununzazo.
Can we hear him? I think Bunubamaji.
I hold the title of Bununzazo. The name is Alhaji Bala Muhammad Tijani. I hold the title of Bununzazo. I am the district head of Kaduna Central. And in most cases, I wear 2 caps, most especially on functions like this, as a traditional ruler and at the same time as a chair of a number of civil society organizations that work around women and girls and health issues and so on and so forth. Now, mine is just a contribution and to also buttress some of the facts that have been raised by the panelists. I've listened carefully to all the presentations that have been made, and I think you've got wonderful people there at the top table there that virtually know exactly where to head to. And I can proudly say that I chaired 2 civil society organizations that single-handedly created 2 or 3 budget lines in my state around family planning issues. And we did that virtually through a lot of hard work, and I think there is a lot to learn in terms of budget line creation. I beg to disagree and as well as agree with the last speaker that creation of a budget line, either at the federal or the state level, depends on who is on seat in terms of the governors. In my state, we were able to achieve what we achieved without even liaising with the First Lady. I'm not saying the office of the First Lady is irrelevant, simply because we had somebody like Mala Nasir El-Rufai on seat. And people like Mala Nasir El-Rufai are people who see from different angles. Their vision for development comes from different angles, and their eyes on the development of their people is very wide. So, I agree with him also in the sense that you hardly get people like Mala Nasir El-Rufai everywhere, and the bulk majority of the bulk majority of our leaders are leaders who would want the kind of footpath he is advocating for. It doesn't matter. But what matters the most is like what Manuela has said, to have a very formidable team, create a support budget line, or to create a support funding for the movement that will work around the creation of these budget lines. Because creation of budget line demands for a lot of hard work. It demands you go around the executives. It demands you go around the legislative arm of government. And most of these budget lines are laws indirectly because they are there permanently. They will exist for time immemorial within the structure of governance. And without the support of the legislative arm of government, it's virtually impossible for you to have a budget line created.
Just wait.
So,
Your Royal Highness, I want to ask your permission.
Yes.
The executive, Her Excellency wants to take her leave, and
Okay,
I would
okay.
like to call on my team to please chaperone her out, and we please give her a round of applause. One, for being here, and for being here all through the day with us. For Rapa, the political will in Plateau State is demonstrated and evidenced. So we look forward to doing more work with your state, Ma, and we want to thank you immensely. The British Council, the European Union, and the Board of Trustees of Rapa really thank you for being here. And we look forward to more with your state. Thank you very much. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Where's MEC? Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, please.
thank you, Your Excellency. Safe journey. Yes, like I was saying,
Yes.
in lobbying for passage of a bill in the National Assembly or in most of the states' assembly, we do know that laws come from two angles, either from the executive-sponsored bill
Yes.
or from the private member-sponsored bill. Whichever one, there is need for you to do your lobbying homework on both the two fronts. Else, you will crash somewhere else.
Yes, sir. Thank you
Now,
very
all
much.
I'm trying to say in a nutshell quickly is, I don't know, maybe RAPA will begin to talk with their donors on ways for getting funding in terms of advocacy, in terms of lobbying, in terms of engagement with both the executive and the legislative arm of government, and I think we will be able to make way.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. We
Thank
appreciate
you very
this.
much.
I think I saw the hands of another Okay. Sir, yes, Sheikh Zakaria, and then His Royal Highness. Then we'll go online first before we come back. Virginia will come back. Do I recognize you? Chief, you should be on this table, Chief Virginia. Yes, sir. Please, we have, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Hussein Zakaria, and I'm a member of
the microphone, sir.
Sultan Foundation for Peace and Development. I want to advise RAPA to get ready for alternative sources of promoting its agenda. Because sooner or later, all these Western and European donors will set conditions for you that unless and until you support transgender syndrome, no more funds from them. This is actually an international conspiracy against so many of our programs, lofty programs in developing nations. Therefore, when you are thinking about investments, you have to emphasize investments within the country so that our culture, our religion, our traditions will be upheld. Otherwise, we are going to actually diminished. We are going to actually found ourselves into oblivion because nobody will accept anything from RAPA again. Once it's supported, what it's actually part of conspiracy from the West. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akram Kallah. We note, and even without the threat of losing what we hold valuable to ourselves in culture and faith, we need to look inwards. There is nobody who will make sure that the roof in your house does not leak. You are the first beneficiary if you mend it. So we need to look inwards. I think that's what I take majorly. If we look inwards, and people will use things like their zakat, their annual, their annual awards. Our rich people have money. Can they finance some of these things? Can leaders of faith influence them to really, because you have seen the value in the work we are doing. Let's look inwards. There is nothing absolutely necessary, so that we then have room to negotiate and say, no, we will not do this because it goes against A, B, C, D of what we believe. But if we are left at the mercy of donors, as NGOs, as governments, if you hear the Ministry of Budget and Planning say we should go to a donor for money to train, I am worried, because the budget should be, your budget should include training people on budgetary processes, because it's a right we have to understand the process and also to interrogate it. So we don't need to go looking for a donor to do that. I really wanted to push back, but now the opportunity has come. So we need to look inwards. We thank you for that proposal. We also have a responsibility to ourselves and to our Creator. So we are very mindful, and we shall look at how to look inwards. And part of it will be from you. Thank you very much. Now I have one last, Royal Father. Please, who is in charge of the online questions? Who has the online questions? Yes, sir. Your Royal Highness. Okay. Paul, come. So that we hear.
My name is Etidon Friday Robinson Young, a male advocate against gender-based violence in Akwa Ibom State.
Yes, sir. Akwa Ibom.
Yeah. I'm here on behalf of 2,722 villages that is in Akwa Ibom State. Mine is just, I may say, let me come in a different way. I thank the European Union, the British Council, the rappers, and the rest of the people that works for God. We call ourselves advocates. We are not paid. We are working for God. I've heard the, could be the secretary of the rappers talking about our Creator. If we believe that we are not paid for what we are doing, because I don't think most of you here might have been here if it is because of money. We are working for God. That's why I'm here. By the time we concentrate in handing over what we are doing to God in prayers, I'm telling you that rapper has even succeeded. I go to internet, watch, and know exactly what people are suffering. Let me put it suffering. I'm quite convinced that if we start by, I'm a practical Christian. The Bible says in Matthew chapter 6, verse 33, if we follow what is written in that portion of the Bible, which says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and every other thing will be added to you. That's what my mother taught me. And that is why I may call myself a very rich person. Not rich in money, because I have faith in Christ, who has given me everything that I've needed in life. So thank you, Rapper. God bless all other NGOs that are here in this house. Please, if you can get through this, know that the sky is your limit in this job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. And Akwa Ibom is in this room in a big way. 200 and something communities, he says. 700 and something. Please give it to Akwa Ibom. Thank you very much, sir. Online questions, please. Panelists?
We have so many questions, but I'll be reading just two. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a question from Cecilia Ewa. She's asking if there are innovative financing mechanisms or private-public partnerships that can enhance resources dedicated to this cause. I believe the cause she's talking about is what we're discussing about. And then also, there's a question from Ms. Buki. Asana Joanne Petu is asking you to shed more light on GBV costed action plan as a means to reducing the menace and improve VAP law implementation. So that's just it. Thank you.
So the panelists will answer, but we'll go back now. I think we'll just take it around, then you will answer the questions before we close out. So I will go to the middle row. Can I see the hands? I see one hand that has been, oh yeah, come over. And I have another one here. 3, 4. Okay, gone. So the first one, please, ma'am. Can you give her the, oh, Virginia, 5, sorry. Chief Virginia.
Thank you. I'm Virginia's sister. I'm Dr. Zamaka from Enugu. Office of the wife of the governor, Mrs. Nkechimba. I am the director for gender and the technical advisor to Her Excellency. I want to thank the organizers, especially Ajia. It has been wonderful. I want to share Enugu experience. We flagged off the 16 days activism by Her Excellency. And as I'm talking to you, Enugu is aglow on elimination or prevention of gender-based violence. They are working in the schools, in communities, and local government wives, first ladies. We have brought them to a table to have a TOT with them. We finished that. And then we have the family court. We have trained judges and magistrates. We have trained court assessors. We have SAC. Professor Joy Ezilo has a SAC. The state has a SAC. And there are other NGOs that are establishing SAC. Our major challenge is now having shelter and sponsoring this shelter. A time came when we were working with NAPTIP. They thought about upgrading our shelters. Because, like you rightly said, Ajia, most of these women, when they come out of their homes, don't have a place to stay. I have an experience of 2 families with six children. Their husband rejected them because we put her out of violence. The man, as I'm talking to you, for the past 6 months has not brought 1 naira. And I want to thank the budget woman. This gender responsive budgeting is very, very important.
Yes, ma'am.
87 naira is unacceptable.
Please, one room, kindly, please. One room,
It's
yeah.
unacceptable for this kind of issue.
Thank you, ma'am.
So this gender responsive budgeting is very critical.
Thank you very
and
much.
we need to emphasize on that.
Thank you, thank
I
you.
have a lot to share, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much for affirming. The lady in, the one standing, please. Please introduce yourself again, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Doris Oswiwo from Port Harcourt. I have, it's not a question, rather it's a suggestion, ma'am. I think we can, and I'm suggesting if we can use mentorship programs for the young women as a tool for prevention of SGBV. I think we need to encourage those that are on it and also raise more funds for it so that there will be mentorship for the young girls. It's not all about mentoring, it's also about creating awareness whereby when they get back to their communities, they can as well pass the information and educate the others that are following them. So I think there is need for more participation and encouragement of mentorship programs for young women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The third hand is here in front of you. Yeah, here. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma. I want to appreciate you.
Please introduce yourself once more so that we know who is speaking.
Okay, ma. Thank you, ma. My name is Professor Olubomi Ashimolowo. As the former National Vice President of Nigerian Association of Evaluators, and as someone who monitored the budget of a state for 6 years, I know it takes a lot to monitor and partner with the government. One, the government sees you as an enemy. You become an enemy of the state. And I'm kind of concerned about how we can achieve success in monitoring and working with our various governments so that we can have maximum impact. It's a pity that the budget professional has left, but we might have professionals in the house who can put us through on how we can effectively work with our ministries for maximum impact so that we are not seen as an enemy of the state government.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Alaja Goroso.
Yes, my name is Dr. Lee Mota Gorosogiwa. People find it difficult to pronounce my name, Gorosogiwa. I want us to look at these following interventions before we leave this off. The first one is structural and governance approach.
What is he saying?
part of our recommendation for this forum should be that
But they will respond.
we should all go back home and look at the structural challenge for this project, the governance and structural challenge. Most of our experience in monitoring the project is that most line ministries are always fighting. Who is in charge? Who is writing the budget? Who is supposed to be in charge? The experience also is about budgeting. When you go to Ministry of Budget, they say, no, it's for Women Affairs. No, it's for Ministry of Health. So we need to come up with a acceptable recommendation before we leave this room.
Thank you.
Also, in my state, Kwara State, the wife of Kwara State Governor set up 25-man women and men committee to steer the gender-based violence. She has been using her personal money to run the committee in Kwara State. Therefore, we need to come up with a policy that is not about First Lady spending her personal money. It's about institutionalization of the idea of both verb law, gender-based, and violence against women and girls. Also, we need to integrate these three principles because misconception and misimplementation and misapproach to these three issues is also a challenge. Please, I want us to come up with an acceptable structural approach towards galvanizing and synergizing the three components of the violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elijah. We have the Royal Highness here. She wants to, yes, she's the last person, by the way, and then my panelists will just leave us with 1 or 2 words, and then we close the session and go back to the compare. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My own is just to appreciate the rapper and the organizer, because we always wait for this opportunity. And from what she said about the traditional rulers' wives, we have 70 chiefdom in FCT. And our husbands, they adopt the gender violence. And they are giving the serious support. We still have our hotline that if anything happens, we always be on air. Call us anytime, we are there for you. And also, His Royal Highness, Dr. Usman Ngakupi, also involve a man that know about violence, which is Alhaji Suleiman. And he always take his time to go deep what is there and lecture the people in the palaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. I think we need to come back to our panelists. Please, my apologies to anybody who I might not have seen or given the microphone, but I want to start from my right. Madam Elizabeth, please, what is your last word for this conference and for this theme of this year?
Thank you, ma'am. There is need for harmonization, collaboration, more advocacy and training. We need to understand the budgeting process, and we need to also understand the issues around gender responsive budgeting. You know, the government is supposed to create an enabling environment. I'll just read one thing to you. Now, let me give you an example of the call circular of 2023 and what was written on the call circular. So we try as much as possible to mainstream gender issues into governance, into the budget. So now that we've done that, it is left for the officers from the various MDAs responding to be able to say, okay, now we have this opportunity. How can we key into it? This was written on the call circular of 2023 budget, gender responsive budgeting. MDAs, that is ministries, departments, and agencies, should be guided by the federal government's commitment in the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 to protect the most vulnerable segments of our society. As a reminder, the NDP, that is the National Development Plan, requires that all MDAs adopt the use of gender disaggregated data to show beneficiary distribution and adopt strategies that target different social groups, especially women and children. So the government is doing that, and then we also have an opportunity. We are reviewing this plan again, and in my department, with the agenda desk, we are going to sit down. I can talk to you later. We are going to also sit down to look at the gaps and, updates. So please, the government is trying their best to put, that's at the federal level, to put an enabling environment for gender to thrive. It is also an opportunity for us to understand it and to take care of it. It's a low-hanging fruit that we can pick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because the first port of call is the call circular. Yeah? Okay. Buki, please just tell us 1, 2, 3 words. What is our takeaway from you and from this exercise?
Thank you very much. So someone asked the question on innovative approaches to funding. I think we've talked a lot around that. Approaches like the public-private partnership model. There's also, we've talked about the Survivors Fund, both by the state, by private sector, by civil society, by philanthropists, by even citizens in a particular state, put this money into that fund. And then we've also, maybe we should also consider something like the UBEC style, where there is a counterpart funding. For you to assess a particular amount in this pool of fund, you must bring something as a state. That way you can assess it. But one last thing that I want to say, an idea was shared when we were launching Humanity Index on Monday. And it was shared by Titilola Vaivo Adeniyi, the executive secretary, I believe, of the Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency in Lagos State. One of the things Lagos State did, which is why in our support services ranking, Lagos State is a blue state. One of the things Lagos State did is that they transformed their primary healthcare centers to SACs. So every state have primary healthcare centers, yes or no? So they have specific areas in those PHCs that is designed for SAC purpose. I think that's an idea we can take back to look at sections within the primary healthcare centers that can be transformed for this purpose. And Ma, Commissioner from Anambra State, I hear you in terms of the fact that it is not just those budget lines, but what should those budget lines be? I think it's a challenge for us to develop not just a practical guide, but to also lay out in that practical guide, when we say that there should be a budget line for GBV, what should that budget line be taken care of by the different ministries that we have identified? It's a challenge for us, and we will work on something like that and do capacity building in state for that purpose. Thank you very much.
Last words taken from where Buki just stopped is to say encouraging all states present to ensure, like she just said, that not just having a budget line, we could all adopt the multi-sectoral concept of a costed action plan. When we say multi-sectoral, ministries having their individual but coming together to give effective implementation, and also maybe answering the question on to what end. When we have the multi-sectoral action plan, they are actually a careful and intentional approach to implementing, to giving effective implementation to the VAP law in our state, in the state. It's a very deliberate approach to say we have a working document. But how does it become a document that is not just on the shelf? It's by developing, designing activities, action plans, maybe monthly activities, monthly or quarterly, however it works best. So that's why it's a costed action plan with verifiable means of MOVs, means of verification, and M&E attached to it. That then you as a ministry encourage your state government to adopt it into the state's working document. But very importantly, you have to work with the commission with the Ministry of Economic and Planning in the state to ensure that that costed action plan is developed in an acceptable manner, that it can be adopted into the state's working document and subsequently translated into the state budget. So I think if you are very deliberate and intentional in doing that, we would be investing in ending and preventing violence against women and girls in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, I would like to ask everyone in the room to help me thank my panelists. Dr. Esther has left and Eze has left, but I want to please give them a round of applause for what they have done. It has been interactive, and we thank you for being here. Thank you very much.
It's been an amazing run so far. Can we give them a round of applause one more time? Thank you, Mrs. Elizabeth Erabe, Buki Shanibare. Thank you, Miss Emanuela Azu, and Mr. Eze Onyekwere. A round of applause. And of course, MME Esther Mshilia for joining us online. Thank you. Once again, can we give them a round of applause? And to our beautiful mother, Ajia Sadatu Madi MFR, thank you for coordinating the session. A lot have been said. We will take an announcement very soon from Rapper, but I'd just like to, on a lighter note, when Ajia was speaking, she said that the name of Governor's Wives Forum is being changed to Governor's Spouse Forum. I like it. And the reason I like it is because I come from Benue State. For those who know Benue State, my governor is a reverend father. He has no wife. Yeah. You are not aware? You're not aware? Oh, you know. So this is a good thing for a state like Benue that has no first lady or a governor's wife. Otherwise, what will happen to my state? So thank you. So I'd like to invite Christiana for the announcement. Okay, Christiana is not here. Hadiba is here. Please, a round of applause for her.
You've been given the name back? They've given you the name.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. And I want to say good afternoon, Inawuni. Someone should help me with Igbo. Thank you. So this is just a small refresher session. I want us all to start with a round of applause. Thank you all for joining us. I know it's not been easy sitting down, and thank you for all your listening ears, because the responses showed us that you've all listened and understood the assignment. So as we all know, it's 16 days of activism. We are all wearing orange. If it's not on our head tie, it's on our wrist hands. We have us identifying with orange. And because of that, I want us all to do a small exercise. Please, the leaders of faith and culture, you don't have to stand up. You are my fathers. I respect you for that. But for the remaining audience, I would expect you all to be on your feet. Please stand up. Please stand up. Up, up, up. Our online participants, if you are listening, you can raise your hands up. We have the hands up button. You can raise it up because we're trying to ensure that what we have learned here, what we have understood, assimilated, will be pledging to it so that when we come back, like Hajia has said, next year, we can play this video for you and you can say, yes, I pledge to prevent violence against women and girls. So with a very loud voice, a very happy voice, and a hands up, please, our online participants, you have the hands up button. You can put it up, or you can open your video to raise your hands. Just your video, not your microphone, please. So, with a very, very happy voice, let's all pledge. Are you going to repeat after me? Is that the format? Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. I invest to prevent violence against women and girls. Okay. Let's go. Let's make it more personalized. When I say I, you shout your name. I want to hear. The loudest name I hear has a gift. I invest to prevent violence against women and girls. Hip, hip, hip. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we should organize a different session for the cameramen because they didn't pledge. That's on a lighter note. I'd like to say thank you to every one of us for making today a reality. Thank you very much. We started this event on a good note, and we're ending on a good note. We'll take the closing remarks now, and I'd like to let you know, thank you, my co-MC, Swat. Thank you for joining me here. And my name is Ybit Oketa on all social media platforms. It's spelled YBITSOKETA. Thank you very much. To help us in the closing remark, I'd like to invite His Royal Highness Chief Honorable Barrister Titus N. Apodo, National President, Anambra Association. The Honorable Commissioner, Ogun State.
I actually begged for a minute. I think it will be a disservice if I don't do this. I want to crave your indulgence to join me in celebrating a woman who has done wonderfully well for the female folk over 20 years. I remembered my journey when I started. When I saw Honorable Rukayat Muturayo, it gave me goosebumps that this was me about 16 years ago. Getting to the House of Assembly at the age of 30, which was the minimum age to contest back then. And today, I have crossed from sector to sector, from being a parliamentarian to being an executive member today. But that journey will not be complete without the mentorship of one of my mentors. I have two of them in the civil society, Dr. Abiola Akiode and Ajia Saudatu Madi. Rapper sent me all the way to Kenya on the bill of rapper. I don't know if she still remembers that, because I was so young and they were looking for a young parliamentarian. Ma, I really appreciate you. Please stand up. Please. Not for me. For this wonderful woman that God has gifted Nigerian women with. We appreciate all you have been doing over the years. And you are still in that business. And you are looking as ever radiant as ever. Thank you so much, Ma. And thank you for all you have done for us during this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I heard her when she said you sent her to Kenya. Rapper. Whatever it would take, if it means me tying rapper for rapper to take me to Kenya, I will do that. Yeah. Thank you, Mommy, for everything you've been doing. And to help us close right now for the closing remark, Chief Honorable Barrister Titus N. Apado. Please a round of applause for him. He's the National President, Anambra Association of Town Union, ASATU, and the Traditional Prime Minister, Ezekwesili, Ancient Kingdom. Please a round of applause for him.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Wow. First of all, I must thank the Almighty God who made it possible for us to be here today. Honestly, this event, which is quite impactful, is a huge success. And I must give it to the Ajia Mahadu MFR. You're really a wonderful woman. And I'll urge you to continue doing good things and rendering good services to humanity. One thing is to face violation. Another thing is to speak out. Before now, people find it very difficult to speak out or share their experiences with other people. But with this level of awareness, I can bet you, with the help of RAPA, other civil society organizations, the traditional rulers here, at least was so happy when you commended each and every one of us, showing that we're all partners in progress. With the level of awareness and activities, events the organization is organizing frequently, I bet you in years to come, the world will be a more beautiful and a better place to live in. Also, I know that in my state, Anambra State, Mr. Governor of Anambra State is doing everything possible to make sure that this gender-based violation is put to an end. Madam Commissioner here can attest to that fact. We have a lot of women in his cabinet. At least recently, he appointed a woman, the first Vice Chancellor of Anambra State University. Has never been so before. And we're having it so good. On that note, I pray to God, Almighty God, to bless each and every one of us here and also to lead us home safely. Praying that by next year, all that you've learned today will be put into practice. I believe we'll have a better year next year. Thank you very much, and remain blessed.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone who made it for this event. Please, a round of applause for yourself. This event was put together by one of the foremost event planning companies in Nigeria, Event Texture. Please, a round of applause for them for making this event a success. Thank you, Event Texture. Amaka, thank you. Dimeji, thank you for making today work. We have logistic forms outside, please. Okay. Please do fill the logistic forms and return it to the appropriate quarters so that we'll know what to do. Okay, it's at the secretariat there. The logistic forms are there. Just make sure you fill them before you leave. We'll take the anthem for closing. Remember, we have lunch for you also.
Sorry, I had to say this so that we don't just come here and talk and go. We have the privilege of validating the fact sheet we read earlier. It's all in all our files. This is like a baseline for us. When we meet next time, we're going to begin from there. So please, we want your comments. If you feel your state is not replicating what has been said there, you can get back to us. Otherwise, we take it for granted that this honorable platform has validated. Thank you, sirs and Mas.
Please, may we all rise up on our feet. As we take the closing prayer, which is the Nigerian anthem. Thank you and God bless you. Remember to have your lunch before you leave. We'd like to say thank you to funded by the European Union, British Council, Agent for Citizen-Driven Transformation. We'd like to say thank you to RAPA and every other partner that partnered with this event. Thank you so much and God bless you.
Recording stopped.
Akwalada.